to fine-tune their combinations, to get comfortable with conditions. And that is something that India will look forward to. Weight of expectation on Harmanpreet Kaur's side, which will be open fixtures against Pakistan on the 14th. And very good morning to Tash Farron, former England international. We look at a formidable India squad, Tash, and what they might look for today in this warm-up game.
Yeah, morning, Ronak. Great to be here. And I've just seen the India squad play against England. I feel that their super strength under Harmanpreet Kaur is that batting lineup. Smriti Mandana, Shafali Verma, Jamima Rodriguez, and also Richa Ghosh. So that top five is star-studded for the Indian side. And then for the bowling front, for me, Sri Charani, fourth in the world T20 rankings, the left-arm spinner. Slightly worried about their seam attack. You know, who's going to bowl at the death? Arundhati Reddy has done it a little bit. Haven't seen Renuka Singh Thakur yet in England so far in this summer. This Indian squad, having won the 50-over World Cup in October just gone, they'll feel they've got that confidence behind them. They're missing Amanjot Kaur, the all-rounders in this side, but they'll be a definite favourite for this tournament. That batting is going to be pretty hard to bowl at for sure.
Feel free to bring up that ODI World Cup win as many times as you'd like. But there are teams that will stand in their way. This is being bid as the most open World Cup in the history of the T20 Women's World Cup. And the West Indies know how to spring a surprise or two, as they did in 2016 in India. And Hayley Matthews, Leandra Dotton are all part of that World Cup winning squad. There is experience in Stefanie Taylor. There are also a number of young promising stars, and therefore questions for the West Indies and what their ideal combination will be. Tash, great opportunity today.
Yeah, I think for all of these sides that we're going to see today, hopefully once we get out there, is the biggest question is the batting orders and how they're going to line up. West Indies going into this World Cup have changed that batting order around. Will all people watching on Sky in England will all remember Kiana Joseph's innings against England that knocked England out of the last T20 World Cup. And then some good youngsters, like you say, Ronak. Zayda James, really looking forward to seeing how she goes in this World Cup. The left-arm spinner, a really elegant left-handed batter as well. And then some good all-rounders in there, along with Hayley Matthews and Chanel Henry, but people like Jazara Claxton and also Shawnisha Hector, really good right-arm seam bowlers who can also give it some power in the middle order with the bat as well. So another really strong side for West Indies. You don't quite know what team's going to turn up, but if they do play their best cricket, definitely be hard to come by in this tournament.
And they will have the option of having as many of those squad members participate in the warm-up games. Therefore, it is worth noting what both teams come up with. What we can tell you is that there will be an inspection at 10 AM local time, which is just about 5 minutes from now. And we should be looking forward to live action here in Wales in this warm-up match very shortly.
right, yeah. Oh, that's good. I'll stand by with some stumps if you want to do a sync check. Go have a look. moving the 16 amp away a bit.
it's not like, oh, we need someone junior and stuff. I feel like I'd need to go snap so people actually know what I was.
So I've got an update for you here from the match officials following the inspection. The toss for this first game today between West Indies and India is set for 10:45, just over 5 minutes from now, and will be underway at 11:05, and it will be a full 20 overs per side. So West Indies, India first up, toss at 10:45. Start time is 20 minutes later at 11:05, and it will be
Back to Cardiff, and it is truly now a very good morning. The weather has cleared, the sun smiles upon us as we look forward to warm-up action in the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026. It is the ODI champions India taking on the 2016 champions the West Indies at the Sapphire Gardens in Cardiff. And what's the first warm-up game at this venue in this tournament? Well, 4 days to go before the stakes are raised and the pressure is higher, but an opportunity here in Wales for both the West Indies and India to get comfortable with conditions, to get clarity on combinations. Of course, the first of two fixtures that we'll have today, this Monday morning, which is now a lot brighter than it was with the overnight rain that we had. We've lost some time, but we've not lost any overs, so we expect a full game and some entertainment of some of the world's best when they take the field very shortly. Well, the surface was under covers for some time, but how's it likely to play? Let's go to Matt Floyd, who was looking at it a short while back.
Well, what a difference a few hours make. It is absolutely glorious here in Cardiff right now. It wasn't this morning or last night, let me tell you. We have had a lot of rain, though. So how has that affected this pitch? Very bare around where the batter stands here in the popping crease. But if you head down this way, quite a bit of live green grass across this whole pitch, really. And, as you'd expect, there is quite a bit of moisture in there. So if this was a normal game, you might think about bowling first. As a batter, you want to take advantage of the power play because it can grip a little bit here in Cardiff later on in the innings. It's not the highest scoring ground in the UK. The key thing here, though, are the ground dimensions. It's a very inviting straight hit as I stand here down the ground, and it's exactly the same if you head towards the River Taff. So as a bowler, you don't want to err on being too full. You want to bowl just backwards of a length, really, because the square wickets are much longer. It's a big old hit out there, and in particular out towards the pavilion that side. So try and get the boundary riders in play just back of a length. Don't bowl too short, otherwise you can disappear into the river in that case. But we should get a full game in. Good news.
That is good news indeed. And we wait to see what both teams have to offer. I could see Smriti Mandhana with bat in hand. And that is something that was decided not too long ago when both captains were in the middle for the toss with Charles Dagnall.
Welcome out to the middle for the first of these warm-up games here from Cardiff. The two captains from the West Indies, Chanel Henry, Smriti Mandhana from India, and Trudy Anderson is our match referee. Chanel, you have the coin. Give it a flip. Heads is the call, and it has come down a tail. So, Chanel, you've won the toss. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to have a ball first. I mean, obviously with conditions, and obviously the pitch has been covered for most of the day. So I guess we're just trying to make use of that early up and, you know, hoping for a good start.
It is a warm-up game. How are you going about this? Because things are relatively fluid regarding the teams.
Yeah, obviously we have a batting 11, and obviously everybody else is going to be a part of the fielding unit and the bowling unit. So I guess it's just about working stuff out headed into the opening game against New Zealand. Nice opportunity for you to lead as well. No Hayley today. She was obviously busy yesterday. Will she be involved at all today? Unfortunately, no. I mean, obviously, she's just out today. That's just it. But you know, it's just an opportunity for myself to lead this team. Obviously, you know, we might not know. Obviously, the World Cup coming up might or might not. So it's just a great opportunity today, and obviously leading the girls going into the World Cup. So you know, as I said, it's just about getting as prepared as possible for that first opening game.
Yeah, and you've had a little bit of cricket leading up to this as well, the little tri-series. Everybody in good form?
Yeah, obviously that was a good test for us back in Dublin. Obviously the weather was the same thing, so obviously, you know, the conditions and stuff, we're kind of used to that. We were here a week before preparing, so as I said, obviously it's just about going out there and I guess just having fun and enjoying it.
All right, good luck today. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Smriti, what would you have done had you won the toss?
Yeah, we're looking to field first as well. We've batted quite a lot in the last 2-3 months. So because it was a warm-up match, we're looking to field today and chase. But yeah, again, good opportunity for all the batters to come into some good nick.
So West Indies are going in with a batting side and a bowling side. Again, how are you approaching today?
Well, we do have a 11 on the paper for sure, but again, depending on the situation, we'll make sure that everyone feels prepared before the World Cup.
Obviously, you want to have as much a taste of English conditions as you can. You've had the series just gone. 2 more opportunities here in Cardiff.
Yeah, I mean, we came here early for the series, so we've had a good look at it. But yeah, those were a little different conditions. A lot more sun out today. Was a different, proper English weather. So good to have played both.
Yeah, make sure you got the jumpers. Thanks so much for your time. Good luck today. So the news from the middle is that the West Indies have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl first.
Well, the 2 designated vice-captains, but the very wise Charles Dagnall led the toss, and as we confirm, the Indian squad, of course, led by Harmanpreet Kaur, but for today it'll be Smriti Mandana in charge. It's a very good morning. Former England international Tash Farrell.
Yeah, great to be back on comms with you, Ronak. And yeah, that India squad, their super strength is in their batting lineup. No Harmanpreet Kaur today, just being rested, but Smriti Mandana, Shafali Verma at the top. They'll go hard. Haven't quite got going in English conditions yet this summer. That middle order of Rodrigues, we know what a big match player she is, and Richa Ghosh as well. The slight worry for this Indian side is their bowling attack. They're going in with sort of 5 bowlers, with also Shafali Verma as that 6th option, but they have got the left arm spinner of Sri Tirani, 4th in the world rankings in T20 cricket with her left arm spin. And then it's going to be good to see Radha Yadav today as well, fellow left arm spinner. And so that Indian side, that bowling's a slight question. It'd be good to see a Renuka Singh Thakur again today, but it's that batting that looks really strong going into this World Cup.
And India have confirmed they'll play 11. So no Harmanpreet Kaur, no Deepti Sharma, no Nandini Sharma, no Arundhati Reddy. For the West Indies, Hayley Matthews will not take part today. Chanel Henry's in charge in what's otherwise quite an exciting squad.
Yeah, also again in this West Indies squad, the power hitters that they've got throughout the lineup. Chanel Henry, we saw her at the toss. Good opportunity for her to captain today, and then Deandra Dottin took a little break from international cricket, but we've seen her back in the fold over the last couple of years. Experience in the middle with Stephanie Taylor, and then it's their spinners for the West Indies. Zayda James, the left arm spinner, really looking forward to seeing her. She's young, she's fresh, and she's had success in England as well. And Afi Fletcher, 39 years old, the experience of her leg spin as well. So for West Indies, they've got some good all-rounders. They've got really good power with the bat. How will their bowlers go today against this Indian lineup?
So in the Welsh capital of Cardiff, we're ready for warm-up action as the match officials make their way to the middle. And now sparkling with the sunshine, that was hard to find in the early hours of this morning. Such is the weather, and something that both visiting teams will have to get used to. India have been here for some time. The perfect timing for a bilateral series against England, from which they would have taken plenty, even though the result of the series did not go their way. Now, this is where the eyes are on them, especially in the aftermath of a historic first ever ODI World Cup win. Shefali Verma and Smriti Mandana are very much the first choice pair for this Indian side, as the West Indies, in their unmistakable crimson, will take the field themselves, having 2 warm-up games for what promises to be. It's tough to call a group of death, if we can call it that, Tash, in the tournament proper. The West Indies, alongside New Zealand, England, as in India with Australia and South Africa. Good luck picking your top 4. But they're a good tournament team. I know you watched them closely in the series against England. India have their issues to address, their areas of concern. One of them is perhaps more regular contributions from Shefali Verma at the top.
Yeah, she won't die wandering out there. We know what she does at the top. She likes to put pressure back onto the bowlers. Did have 1 innings against England, 22 or 14. just wasn't able to go on along with Smriti Mandana, but they're going to be facing up against one of West Indies' premier all-rounders, Chanel Henry. Feel that her batting has actually come to the forefront in the last couple of the years because of her performances in the WPL. But she'll try and get a bit of swing out here at Cardiff. There has been a lot of rain around. The pitch, as Matt Floyd said earlier, there was a little bit of live grass on it. She's got to slip in place. So she'd be trying to swing that ball away from Shafali Verma. Deep point and a deep backwards square on the boundary.
Here we go. Into swing, and Shafali Verma's managed to squeeze it past the gap. It's a good test for the outfield with all the rain. And it's pretty quick. That's an exceptional bit of work by Zeda James to prevent the boundary. India are underway, as is Shafali Verma.
I think this might have been the perfect ball for Shafali Verma. She loves anything through the offside. As we said earlier, Henry will look to try and get the swing. She does pitch that ball up. See how far Shafali Verma is outside of her crease there. She's trying to get the ball on the half volley like she did. It's a good start for the Indian batter.
Slightly untidy from D-Dot. Awkward bounce, Leandra Dotnet cover. Of course, WPL teammates Chanel Henry and Shafali Verma. Now the left-hand angle to contend with, and there's a slight change in the field. Kiana Joseph, who was at slip, has moved to a short third.
I just wonder if there was a slight decision to be made when West Indies decided to bowl first. There has been overheads. But Smriti Mandana, she has struggled against off-spin, struggled against Charlie Dean in that recent series that we have just seen here in England. And you don't really want to be bowling off-spin to Shafali Verma up top. They've decided to go for the seam because of the conditions.
She's cut her in half. Lucky Shefali. Hands on knees for Chanel Henry. That'll be 4 handy runs. In fact, given runs by the umpire.
Yeah, and this is the way to go for the seamers against Shafali Verma. Loves anything outside of off. And this is what we saw England do to Verma, and they bowled well at her. Brought the ball back in. I think she might be holding that ball wobble seam, but it's done too much for the batter and the keeper. It's a clever bit of bowling. Just looks so much more comfortable, Shafali Verma, when the ball is outside the off stump. Remember those great battles between herself and Catherine Sciver-Brunt a couple of years ago. That ball back in is probably where you want to err as a bowler, and also go upstairs occasionally. She can sort of flay the batter anything short, and Chanel Henry definitely has that in the locker.
That's also why she tends to take a position while outside the popping crease. Doesn't enjoy the incoming ball, and Chanel Henry was on the money with the second ball to her. You rightly point out, Tash, any width at to full. It's a dream ball for Shefali first up.
And it's just so different now, isn't it? Every game is streamed, every game is pretty much on TV, and so that you almost know everything about your opponents that you're coming up against. So someone like Shafali Verma, she'll know exactly what the bowlers are going to look to try and do. So you always have to be ahead of the game, trying to make sure you work on those slight weaknesses, especially going into a huge T20 World Cup.
That's one of 2 fielders in the deep, and they'll take that 10 of the opening over. Yeah, that point of starting with off spin. I guess that's the situation you're presented with in these warm-up games, which can prove to be significant in terms of clarity for the team management. Are you looking more to test the opposition batters with what their unfavourable matchup is? Are you looking more for your strengths? Chanel Henry is likely to take the new ball. We just stick with that.
It's a fine balance between whether you're going for the matchup or whether you're wanting to do exactly what the team wants to do itself. So it's getting the balance right. I think if you know, someone like Smriti Mandana, she's so strong against every form of bowling, but that off-spin slight sort of area where she could work on, that's the one area. So actually West Indies have gone for the left arm spinner of Zayda James. I personally would have gone for the off spin because Smriti Mandana loves facing this type of bowling.
Too easy, no one back there, and Smriti Mandana has just helped herself to her first boundary this morning.
Yeah, just swept this online. Smriti Mandana did struggle a little bit on the sweep against England, but this is too easy for someone of Smriti Mandana's class. Down the leg side, Zayda James does get that shape away to the left-hander, but just started that one a little bit outside the leg stump with no cover behind square on the leg side as well. She want to be starting this on middle stump, swinging it away towards the off stump.
Smriti's eyeing that area. That one was square, this one is fine, but it's back-to-back boundaries of the bat of Mandana.
A bit of a loose start from the youngster Zayda James, and you can empathise really because Smriti Mandana is a pretty imposing character to bowl your first over against. Just hasn't quite got her line there and just reaches the boundary. A little bit of wet on the boundary there. Yeah, that's the area. Found her radar in her third ball. Would have liked to have that a little bit earlier, but that is the area. You want Smriti Mandana going across the ball when it's pitching in line with the stumps.
Oh yes, that's more like you. That's more like you.
You heard the response from the keeper. That's exactly where you want Zayda James if she's going to take the new ball and try and swing it almost like how Lindsay Smith did so successfully for England. That's the area. But every time you do not find your line, batter is going to punish you, especially a batter of the quality of Mandana. Third boundary of the over.
Yeah, it looks a pretty good wicket as well, actually. This pitch has been undercover for the last couple of days, but just slightly short of a length there. And with this field, deep extra covers just coming into the ring now. Just going to put that deep square leg back on the boundary. Just give her a bit of extra protection.
Well, that is the field that she would have wanted at the start of the over. An expensive one, as it turns out. 13 off at India, 23 without loss.
Yeah, Zayda James had a bit of a tricky start to the last T20 World Cup back in 24. She got hit in the chin against South Africa in the first game. Laura Wolvar absolutely smashed one back at her. She did well to get something on it, to be honest. So a tricky start for Zayda James, but then came back strongly. She's definitely a huge prospect for West Indies going forward.
It's going to be Chanel Henry to continue, captain for the day. Yeah, saw Zayda James at the Under-19 World Cup in 2023. Just seemed like one who's going to play for the senior team soon. Flicked away again. Mandana has found her touch early in this warm-up game. She's dealing in boundaries.
It just felt that Smriti Mandana was due some, didn't really get going against England. But that's just a freebie for Smriti Mandana. It's such a small area in which you can pitch the ball to Smriti Mandana. Just a little bit full once again. She's had a couple on her pads. That's just got her going. 19 off 10, and she hasn't had to take too many risks as well. Now another field change. Cover comes up into the ring, and a deep mid-wicket out on the boundary.
I think that's where we've got to be proactive. Of course, this is a warm-up game. You can understand why Henry wanted protection either side, but that's the angle and that's the plan. Might as well put both your fielders in this power play on the leg side.
Yeah, and sometimes as a bowler, if you do have that split field, one on the offside and one on the leg side on the boundary, actually that can confuse your plans a little bit. So I like what West Indies did in that last ball, just be really clear on where you're going to bowl.
Shefali's just quietly watching on from the other end. Wouldn't have minded that. The fact that Zeta James could bowl all 6 balls to Mandana.
Yeah, you're right, Ronak. That's the way to go, actually. Pick the bowler that you want to face, and Smriti Mandana is the one who probably is going to prefer Zeta James coming onto the bat.
Just not finding their radar, the West Indies new ball bowlers, and every time they've made a mistake, Mandana's made them pay. That's a 5th boundary for her.
Yeah, just haven't got their lengths or lines right, West Indies, so far. And actually, not just losing the captaincy in terms of leadership with Hayley Matthews. Actually, she bowls normally a couple of overs in the power play. So Chanel Henry, skipper today, also having to find herself bowl with that new ball, which she does do. West Indies like to normally start with Hayley Matthews. She normally sets the tone for this side, but they don't have her today. She's being rested.
Not a shot hit in anger, not a ball hit in the air, and India going at 12s. That's what happens when Mandana gets going. And you're right, I think no one ever doubts Smriti Mandana, even if she has the odd series where she doesn't get runs. But that was one of those boxes that perhaps you'd like ticked going into the tournament.
I don't think people doubt it. I think people worry when she hasn't scored runs for a few games.
At the moment, she's looking in top touch, and she's going to keep strike. Single of the last ball. India flying 34 without loss after 3.
Change of bowling for the West Indies at the Cathedral Road ends, number 19.
Just the 1 over for Zeta James. Understandably, with the left-hander on strike in Mandana. This is more likely to be a pace attack that West Indies go with. So we have Nara Claxton for the first time this morning. Around the wicket to the left-hander first ball.
Yeah, nice start from Claxton there. She's telegraphed what she's going to do. She's coming round the wicket to the left-hander, and 2 out on the leg side. I like that from West Indies. When someone gets going, only 2 on the boundary. You can't really gamble with your plans. You've got to be really clear in what you're going to do. This time she's going to come over the wicket to Verma, and 2 out on the leg side once again. So a similar plan, but just to the right-hander now.
Shefali's just eyeing the offside. Don't be surprised if she gives herself some room, goes inside out. You've got deep mid-wicket and deep square leg. It's in fact now catcher who's unsure of where she wants to finish. That fielder who's making her way left of screen. Finishes at the edge of the circle.
Yeah, that's nice. That from Claxton. She's got the pace. Lots of these West Indies seamers have the pace. Just having a little look at some footage coming into today. And lots of these West Indian bowlers, they have slow run-ups, but I like how she starts that run-up. It's smooth, it's rhythmical, and that's where she can get the pace to bowl that short ball to Verma. In the past, I just feel that sometimes seamers in this West Indian women's side don't actually use the strength and power that they have within their run-up, but it looks like something that Claxton has worked on just to get a little bit of pace and momentum into that run-up, because she is strong. We'll see that with the bat later on today. But also really clever bowling bouncer early to Verma.
It sounded very sweet of the bat. That short ball was more to the batter's liking. The first one was sharp and got Shefali in an awkward position. But the field that they have set, even if she does miscue one, there's no one inside the circle on the leg side. That's a good start, this, from Claxton. On the money. This around the wicket angle's been pretty good to Mandana too. Followed her, did Claxton, but Mandana, she's raced away now to 30 of just 16 balls.
Yeah, we saw Smriti Mandana target that area against Zayda James, the left arm spinner. And once again now to Claxton. Just too many balls down the leg side. That one too short as well. This is just what Smriti Mandana would have liked today. Just get her eye in, not have to try too hard to sort of force anything through the field. She's 30 off 16 and you feel she's not had to really do anything.
It was proactive because she forced the error last ball. It put pressure on this one. Mandana striking at 200. That's boundary number 7 for her inside 4 overs.
Yeah, and this is my slight worry for West Indies in this World Cup. I think their batting is really strong, and if they are all to get going, then they could post some big totals. But it's the bowling for me, in particular the seamers. Now, I actually feel they could go quite spinner heavy, so I'm surprised we haven't seen an off spinner yet.
It's the Smriti show in this warm-up game in the first 4 overs. 45 without loss, India.
Yeah, here are the two groups, and that group of death, as you called it earlier, Ronak. Group A, Australia, India and South Africa, all probably in that top 4 favourites to win this tournament. Then you feel that England in Group B have a slightly easier run of it, but still the world champions, New Zealand, and also West Indies that we're going to see today. Great to see the likes of the Netherlands. Great to see the likes of the Netherlands back into their first T20 World Cup, and also Ireland back in as well. So really looking forward to seeing those teams that we haven't seen as much as the others. It's going to be a great tournament, and one that you feel is going to be the most open that we've seen.
Off spin, but to the right-hander. And in spite of a valiant effort from Claxton, Shefali Verma has her second boundary and the first one in real control.
Yeah, this is the matchup that India want and West Indies don't want. Off spin to Verma, but that's a positive shot. Likes to play the sweep, but what she does so well there, she's looking in front of square. The longer you can look straight, that's when you're going to get good connection. Ronak, you were at Waterloo Bridge yesterday. It looked pretty windy, but how was that?
India's 50 in the 5th over.
Gee, that was extraordinary. I don't think I've ever experienced anything like it. Firstly, the captains just lit it up because they had such a good time. They had to play a little improvised game of cricket, which saw a few stray balls on the Thames, I think, by the end of it. But we had wind, we had sunshine, we had fans. I think highlight for me was just the amount of young girls that were there. Club cricket girls. And they all have their superheroes now. Amy Jones fans, Lauren Bell fans, Jimmy Rodriguez fans. That is just textbook Smriti Mandana. So sweet on the eye. She's dominated this partnership and she's taken down the off spin.
Yeah, this is an elegant shot from Smriti Mandana. Arguably one of the best cover drives in the game. Just a little too full, but nothing too wrong from the bowler. But Smriti Mandana, just too good. And what a sight that is.
I must say, though, I think it took a lot more out of the two captains than it did out of me. They needed a rest today.
made of strong stuff, aren't you, Ronak? Just feel West Indies just slightly following the ball here. Chanel Henry into the side as captain today. No Hayley Matthews. She is being rested after that big stint on Waterloo Bridge yesterday. I just feel they're following the ball here in the field.
This has been a perfect start, though, for India on the other hand. 55, of course, India playing with an 11. So while there is an opportunity perhaps to retire out a player every now and then to get your squad having a go. At the moment, these two would want to bat as long as they'd like, because they're dominating proceedings. That's 14 of Ramarak's first over. India, 59 without loss after 5.
What a start by the two Indian openers in the sunshine here in Cardiff. 59 without loss of 5 overs, and you'd have to say they haven't had to work too hard for it. Smriti Mandana's wagon wheel at the moment will show you she has scored the lion's share of her runs behind square on the leg side. And it's led to another change in bowling. Aliyah Alain. Bit more seam. This is the final over of the power play. Of course, West Indies could do with a tight one. Again, it's a leg stump line. Morning, Charles Dagnall.
Morning, Floydie. Morning, everybody. Yeah, they've bowled a little bit of a shower, if I'm honest, both sides of the wicket, and the lengths have been all over the place. And it's something you can't afford to do when you've got two batters of the quality of Shafali and Smriti at the crease. And they are a really strong opening pairing and give bowling attacks a lot of problems.
Clothed it, chance taken by mid-on. Came around quickly. It's the first full shot, really, of the entire innings. Trying to go up and over with that inviting short boundary, and it hasn't worked.
Yeah, smart catch in the end. Toe end of the bat from Smriti, just reaching for it, searching for it, where she really hasn't needed to so far. You can just see how the bat twisted in the hand. Good ground made. And smartly taken in the end. So the bowling change works for the West Indies. They see the back of Smriti. An enterprising knock from her. 39 from 23, and India 59 for 1.
Partnership broken by the West Indies, and it's come in the 6th over. Much needed wicket with Smriti Mandana looking close to the top of her game. On for 39 off just 23. First time really that she's just tried something a bit different. Tried to be ultra aggressive, go over mid-on, right off the toe of the bat. And that's why Janelia Glasgow was able to come around and take a relatively simple catch. Felt like she didn't really need to do that because runs were coming so quickly.
Yeah, it's a shot that she does play, but the ball just sort of slightly angling across the left-hander. And traditionally, when she goes over that sort of mid-wicket region, it's more when the ball is a little more tucked into the body. And she traditionally go over extra cover in that respect. She's just reached, it might have stopped a little bit in the surface as well. And Cardiff, traditionally with the new ball, it does come on quite nicely, and when that ball gets a nudge older, probably older than 5 overs, it can just stick in the surface and your variations can come into play, changes of pace. But here's a player who is in pretty good nick at the moment, and Jemmy Rodrigues.
Promoted to number 3, Yastika Bhatia has been batting at 3 the last couple of games. Busy off the mark straight away.
And one thing you're going to have to be if you're Shafali Verma is on your guard. And she is a whippet between the sticks. And we saw in the last T20 international against England at Taunton, Yastika Bhatia was run out, and that was due to the eager nature and the quick running of Jemmy Rodrigues, and you've got to get to her level.
Well, that's going to be 4 more. Bit unlucky, really. Bit of pace off, very full, pretty much a Yorker length, and it's just been squeezed past that fielder up in the ring.
Well, it doesn't tell you in the scorebook how you got them. And this has been squeezed away. Not a great deal of bowler error. And Shafali always looking to move a little leg side until she powers the ball through the offside. That is her area of choice.
Again, more runs behind square, this time on the leg side. Should come back for a comfortable 2.
The reason I was saying about the fact of Shafali and Smriti, because they're diametric opposites to each other. If you think, well, Smriti struggles against off-spin, but you still have to bowl off-spin to Shafali and she'll take you down. If you bowl short to Smriti as a seamer, she's going to pull you and cut you. But that's where you want to be bowling to Shafali.
Oh, more luck. Elaine hadn't had much really in that over. Another full shot. It's another boundary though. What a power play. India 70 for 1.
Well, India have just taken the West Indies to task. They've bowled a little bit too short, a little bit too wide. Either sides of the wicket in the power play when you've only got 2 fielders outside of the circle to play with, and spending valuable time in the middle will be hugely beneficial to India in these warm-up games. Shafali's going to score at a quick rate anyway. The only success they have had is Janelia Glasgow taking the catch off Aliyah Elaine to remove Smriti Mandana. But overall, India have made hay while finally the sun has shone.
We're thinking about 2 there briefly. Field is now spread, particularly on the leg side. Deep mid-wicket, long on, deep backward square leg. There is a lot of space out on that side. Such a ground with odd dimensions, isn't it, with this one, with the big square boundaries and the very short straight ones. Oh, chance taken. Really good catch that. Fantastic at mid-wicket there, Munisar. Awkward height as well, wasn't it? Didn't know whether to go reverse cup or fingers pointing up to the sky. And it's a 2nd wicket.
Well, one thing in T20 cricket you've got to do is take your catches. And nicely moved in the air. It was always going away from Munisar. The former West Indies under-19 World Cup captain removes the former Indian Under-19 World Cup captain, and so 2 wickets in quick succession, both openers back in the hutch. And Shafali goes for 29 from 13, India 71 for 2.
Incoming batter for India, number 19, Yastika Bhatia.
Yastika Bhatia in at number 4. She's dropped down from number 3, where she's been playing in the recent T20 series against England here. It's in a bit of form as well. Half century in the first game, 33-32 in the next 2. Re-establishing herself in the side.
Oh, yes, Ramos!
Yeah, she's looking really good, Nick. Nice to see her back as well. Didn't play any of the WPL, recovering from knee problems.
Invention straight away. That's a very clever, deft shot. There's no one out there. Went very early, didn't she? Big, wide open space, but a brave shot to play second ball.
Yeah, it is. And what it is, though, is very alert batting. She's not a quick bowler. Ramarak gives a little bit of air, not a great deal of pace on the ball. It just allows Yastika the time to manoeuvre. Hit it where the fielders aren't. Sounds simple enough, doesn't it?
If only it was.
Oh, yeah.
Single wanted there by Jemima. She's always on her toes, isn't she?
You mentioned about the dimensions here, Floydie, and it's a great point. Where there's a lot of 2s, a lot of 3s to be had here in Cardiff, and you look at the pockets, the angles on 45, so deep third and fine and extra cover and deep mid-wicket. They're the areas you can actually really churn out some runs.
Lovely wrist there. Just another deft shot, this time a late cut. Started well here, Yastika Bhatia. Another expensive over wicket, but goes for 9. 79 for 2. That's what we've been talking about earlier, down at Waterloo Bridge in central London, launching this T20 World Cup. All the captains were there. They had music blaring, a lot of people walking past and stopping. It was really good fun.
Come on, girls. Let's go.
Yeah, that launch event down in central London, Daggers, it was different, wasn't it? You don't often see that, the T20 World Cups, and you could see a lot of tourists in the area, and they're stopping and going, what on earth is this? What's happening here? It's quite an inventive way just to promote the tournament.
No, I totally agree. And it gets people's juices flowing forward as well. You've got a great big London bus on Waterloo Bridge. All the captains down there, and the interaction with supporters, young and old as well, and that is so vital. Ticket sales have been sensational for this T20 World Cup and the build-up to it.
Afi Fletcher, bit of leg spin. Big shot straight away. Doesn't hit the gap, but it's misfielded by Long On, who then tries to pull it back. Janelia Glasgow. They're going to send this upstairs, but I think that's 4. Well, they would have sent it upstairs, but this is a warm-up game, so we've got no TV umpire.
We can have a look at it, Floydie. I've got a funny feeling this may have just tickled into the rope.
2 given. Hard sweep. Again, work to do in the deep. Elaine comes around, but they come back for 2.
One of the aspects of this T20 World Cup, I mentioned about the captain catching, but the ground fielding, you have got to be absolutely bang on. The fielding standards in world cricket, I thought so. But you've got to be really on your game with your ground fielding, especially here in England. Fast outfields, bumpy squares, big squares that traverse one end of the ground to the other. So you've got to be really sure of your skills, your technique. And that's where India, over the last 2 or 3 years, and maybe a number of reasons for it, the advent of the WPL, but head coach Amal Mazumdar and captain Harmanpreet Kaur, the Indian standards of fielding have been absolutely superb. They're electric now.
Crosser stumps. Top edge, but again, maybe a bit of luck there. That could have easily just floated up towards short, fine leg. Signs that Jemima Rodriguez and Yastika Bhatia just moving around a lot, trying to be inventive here, hit those gaps. They are well ahead of the game, though, you'd say, even though they've lost the 2 wickets. Run rate still almost 11. And this traditionally isn't one of the highest scoring grounds here in the UK. You can score quickly with the power play.
Just hope everything's all okay with Jemmy Rodriguez. She just get something on the helmet, just a little, any ball that touches the helmet, you've got to go through all of the protocols, which is absolutely right. Doesn't matter how slight it is. But yeah, this surface that has been used, it's been used a couple of times in the recent Vitality Blast in the men's games. So I was actually down here for a game between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan on this surface. Absolutely brilliant game it was as well, last ball thriller. And then they used it again for a game against Somerset. But the centre of the strip, and you did the pitch report a little earlier, it still looks pretty good. It looks green from distance, but actually when you get up close, there's little bare patches around. A traditional Cardiff surface.
Yeah, I think you were right there, Doug. Is just a bit of a glance on the helmet of Jemima Rodriguez there. She went for the sweep shot, top edge. Just the faintest of glances, and when that happens, they do have to check it. Never really going to cause you any issues there, but the physio came out just in case. Full shot again, and a comfortable catch. Tossed up by Afi Fletcher, well outside the off stump. Jemima Rodriguez went for the big, expansive drive, and West Indies have just picked up 3 quick wickets here.
Lost her shape a little bit here. Jemmy Rodriguez saw the ball above the eye line, just reaching a little bit too far and skewing off the outside edge. Another comfortable catch. And Afi Fletcher gets one in her wicket column. Jemmy Rodriguez departs for 7 and India 85 for 3.
Jemmy Rodriguez was caught off the bowling of Afi Fletcher for 7. The catcher Ashwini Mudasar. The batter for India, number 45, Bharti Kumali.
India have just let the West Indies back into this game a little bit after a great start. The openers put on 59 very quickly. It's now 85 for 3. We're going to see another new bowler. This will be 7th already. We're going to see Ashwini Munisar took a good catch to get rid of Shafali Verma.
Yeah, now just see where Jemmy is when she strikes. You can see the big wind up, but the left leg going down the line of middle and leg, and the ball was actually probably half a foot outside of off stump. So just went in and lost that shape just a little bit. Munasar with a second catch of the morning.
New batter, Bharti Fulmali. Off the mark straight away. Recalled after a 7-year absence from the side recently. Big opportunity for her today.
Well, India wanted a power hitter. Bharti Fulmali. That strike rate doesn't really look, this is just for a T20 international career, but when you look at the players in the WPL who can provide that, there's two really India were having a look at. Kiran Navgiri, who had a shocker in the WPL last season. A boundary finder. Bharti Fulmali, who did have a couple of good 30s off not a lot of balls. That was her role with the Gujarat Giants. But it's a fraction earlier than we're used to seeing Bharti come to the crease, so a good opportunity for her.
Well, the thing is, got 2 warm-up games before it all starts, and things aren't set in stone. So if you come in and, as a batter, sparkling innings 50-60, that can get you in the frame for that first game. Same with the ball. Just pick up a couple of wickets, 2, 3, 4 wickets here or there. You put pressure on those ahead of you in the pecking order. These are important games for the players, if not for the teams themselves, to get more momentum. Good finish. Just darted that in, Munasar. That's a good over as well. Goes for just 3. 88 for 3.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's really important for those who are on the fringe, or maybe even putting an idea into head coach and captains' minds as to the makeup of the side. India without Amanjot Kaur, who I think is a vital player. No Kashfi Gautam either. So that seam bowling all-rounder has gone. So the makeup of the side is something that they're going to be taking a look at. If you can score runs here and just put a few different thoughts in the minds of captain and coach, especially considering the conditions you're going to get here in this country.
Matthew Fletcher in for a second over. First over was very good. 1 for 6 off that over. Got the wicket of Jemima Rodriguez. Here's a question for you, Daggers. It's generally agreed that India are in the tougher group alongside South Africa, Australia. Australia, the 6-time champions. South Africa have made the last 3 finals of world tournaments. Oh, that was in the air, but it's threaded the needle through the gap in between mid-off and extra cover. Extra cover lying prone at the moment. I wonder if for one moment she thought she was in business, Munasar.
Well, I got the right field of that. But one thing about Bharti is when she hits it, it stays hit. Should have done a little better at mid-off because Munasar did get a hand on it on this. But she can give it a good whack.
Yeah, initially I thought actually it wasn't a chance, but that was a drop catch. Tough one. Did get a hand to it.
Come on, Floydie. What's this question?
Wait for it. Better be good, right? And tossed up. This will just be a single. Right, of those 3 sides, given recent form, who should be the 2 favourites to go through? Because one big side's got to miss out.
It's a good question. And if I can delay the answer by 3 balls and get off commentary and not answer it, I'll be delighted. You're not going to let me off the hook that easy, though, are you?
That's why I asked it now, while we've got 3 balls.
Do you know what? outside of this and prior to the start of the tournament, I actually looked at South Africa, and I quite fancy them. Yes, you talk about their really good recent form in ICC tournaments, but they do have the returning Dene van Niekerk, they have Shabnam Ismail out of retirement, and they've got players that have come through. Laura Wolfhard is leading the side so well.
Bit of hesitation there. They almost came back for two, but in the end, thankfully, they didn't.
They've got a lot of bases covered. Annerie Dirks, I think, is a fabulous cricketer, as is Nadine de Klerk. So they've got lots of different options. Nonkululeko Malaba, left arm spin. So if you're putting a metaphorical gun to my head,
Aggression, but no timing at all. In the end, it doesn't even carry to bid off. I'm not sure we got a proper answer there from Daggers, did we?
not just a hat rack, my friend.
We'll get one out of him later. 96 for 3.
They're eyeing something close to 200, certainly want more. The start that they got, this partnership, it's taking its time. 11 of 12. Full Mali, she found one boundary. She takes a liking to the spin. There isn't a lot of turn on offer. Just what Matt and Daggers were discussing is Tash Farron is back with me. I think Full Mali is a very interesting subject in this Indian side. They'd like the idea of an extra power hitter to give them both Richa Ghosh and Bharti Full Mali. Does she have the volume? She have the pedigree to take down high quality bowling? Competing with her in the same conversation is the batter on strike now, Yastika Bhatia, who's a very different kind of batter.
Yeah, she got one game in against England in that recent series, didn't get going. I think maybe she's one to look at the surface and also the grounds that you're playing at. And you've got a couple of games at Old Trafford where it's pretty spin heavy and it's quite hard to sort of power hit through, so maybe she might miss out there. But say at the Oval, or you know, she might, if it's a really good surface, smaller boundaries, that's the way she could go.
Big swing and a miss. That's the kind of delivery that Full Mali would fancy taking down, and she knows she's missed out. This is clever bowling from Munisar. Got a good brain. Seen her at the under-19s. She led the West Indies.
I think the real question for India is what bowlers they're going to go for in that ODI World Cup. They did sort of get through. Obviously, they won that World Cup with pretty much only bowling 5 bowlers in each game, and then Shafali Verma also bowled really well, didn't she, in the latter stages of that tournament. So I think for them it's actually working out what bowlers they're going to go with.
Impressive shot. In fact, fabulous from Yastika Bhatia. 100 comes up in fine style.
Been so impressed with Yastika Bhatia. And actually what we saw recently is in the power play, we saw her really free-flowing, got off to good starts, and actually outside of the power play, that's when she slowed. So it's good to see her in a slightly different position here, coming in later when you've got 4 on the boundary. Getting off to a good start. What a shot that is as well. Doesn't just have the power, also has the touch as well. She moves to 22, 107 for 3. When she came onto the scene, actually, Yastika Bhatia, I remember actually having chats in the England side thinking, oh no, it's another Smriti Mandana. Then obviously a couple of injuries came out of the side. It's really good to see her back after that ACL injury, which is so hard to come back from. She's looking in good touch.
A promising innings this from Yastika. Only that one boundary that she had in the last over seemed like she had to really force it, and she found her timing. What India would want out of Yastika Bhatia is to bring in exactly what you point out in her comparison. When you liken with Mandana, you've got the touch game. You can find gaps, as Kiana Joseph is in for the first time. What you want from Yastika Bhatia outside the power play is for her to try and find low-risk boundary options, find gaps. Bring in the old batsmanship. Power is not her game. Much like Jemmy Rodrigues. Just be smart, be creative.
No run there. But yeah, I agree. And what I would say is, maybe it is because of that ACL injury, she's not the quickest between the wickets. And that is a bit of a mismatch when she's batting with Jemima Rodrigues, who's absolutely rapid. So for me, I feel that she is the one in that partnership who has got to find the boundary. She's going to have to be on her toes as well while she's batting in the middle order.
Yeah, for now the attention is on her partner. Fulmali's now had a few looped up half volleys that she's missed out on. This one was pushed through by Joseph, in fact made off, drop back to long off. So now second is attempted, touch and go. Umpire on field will have to make that call. And Shatira Jakir at square leg is happy that the batter made her ground.
Yeah, this is good running from India. Set off for the first one quickly. Actually ran on the arm there. That's really good work from this Indian middle order. Yep, just in. Good decision on the on-field umpire.
Yeah, was loading that. And 3 times is too many. She missed out on the first 2. That is the most handsome 6 of the bat of Bharti Fulmali. First 6 of the innings.
Yeah, you called it, Ronak. Missed out on a couple of half volleys, but didn't miss out this time. Kiana Joseph's a part-time left arm spinner, a little bit too full once again. And finally, Fulmali finds the boundary, sails over the rope. It's a lovely shot. Short straight here at Sophia Gardens. It's a good option.
It's a good response after being hit for 6. I heard Matt Floyd pitch report. Straight boundaries is one that you want to target, but you've got to have the power. You know, a lot of India's middle order batters like to play square. So Jemmy Rodrigues loves her sweep shots. No Harmanpreet Kaur today, she'd eye a straight boundary. We know Richa Ghosh will.
Yeah, they just got a really nice mix of different kinds of batters in this lineup, haven't they, India?
It's a reasonably productive over, courtesy of that 6-10 off, and India 117 for 3 after 12.
I like what I've seen from West Indies in the last couple of overs. After every single over in the power play going for 10 or over, the spinners have brought them slightly back into the game. Last 30 balls going for 38 for 1. So West Indies, after a tricky start, have really brought it back, and I think that's the strength of this bowling lineup, their spinners.
Yes, but this partnership now is in a sweet spot. Last couple of overs they were 11 of 12, and now they're 32 of 24. So the last 2 have gone for 20. Ramarak is back with her off spin.
I also feel you get a good feel for all teams in general, but in particular West Indies, and how they react in the field, whether they're on it. I think that gives us a good indicator of where they're at as a side, and they've fielded well so far.
Superb. from Yastika. That is exactly what India want from her. When she comes into bat, when the field is out, just pick her options, and that was a good option.
Yeah, a bit of Smriti Mandana in this shot. Little shimmy down the wicket because she uses those long levers, hasn't got to do too much. And there's that shot. Finding the gap perfectly. 27 off 18. She's made a good start. What's impressed me, she's done this while she's had 4 out on the boundary as well.
I'm not sure this is the ideal field for the off-spinner, though. Got 2 fielders deep square on the leg side.
And actually she's opted for that long on that's out on the boundary, and she's got mid-off inside the ring. Actually, could she potentially swap those 2 around, get long off on the boundary and trying to get Bhatia to go across the line?
Just missed out there. Because that's a preferred option. If you ask Yastika Bhatia what you'd rather do in these middle overs, she'd rather clear the offside. The ball's turning away.
Would I be right in saying that, you know, she prefers to hit straight rather than going for that big sweep shot? So another option, you could get that square leg inside the ring and go 2 straight and actually trying to get her to play that sweep shot across the line. Then you can change your pace as a bowler.
It brings the stumps into play as well. For now, this is an innings that would be a tick in the coach's book. Full Mali, agricultural, effective. Yep, she's finding the middle of the bat now.
Yeah, and that's why she's been put into this Indian squad. We're not quite sure what their 11's going to be, but this is what she provides, the power hitting in the middle. They're not small boundaries here at Sapphire Gardens, in particular towards that deep mid-wicket pocket. She's got every little bit of that.
Bit of work by Kiana Joseph, but India finding 10s and they're finding boundaries of overs now. 1-2-6 for 3.
Yeah, and this West Indies side led by the head coach Shane Dietz, I've actually worked a little bit with him, one of the fair break tournaments. He's a very positive person, positive coach. He realises that if West Indies are going to compete at the very top level in this tournament, they've got to use their power, they've got to take the game on with the bat. Got to post those big totals for them to defend.
Yeah, 100%. I think any team would be worried of the West Indies batting lineup on a day that they come off. I think the key is, can they minimize errors in the field? Can they stay in the game? Little period when this partnership just came together was promising. You know, that could have been 2. Just know those deep pockets. Full Mali was interested, but Yastika, that's not her strength.
Yeah, Jazara Claxton out there. Just feel that that mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket fielder could actually go a little bit straighter to these 2 batters. Both like to target long on and deep mid-wicket.
That's an extremely smart bit of work initially from the fielder at point. It was Dottin. It flew to her and she picked it up clean one hand, but the throw was wayward because Yastika Bhatia was in a spot of bother at the non-striker's end. Of course, Dottin was slightly frustrated with her bowler.
Yeah, Deandra Dottin. Don't want to be taking a quick single to her, and also no 2s in the boundary. She moves so well in the field.
Just a help yourself ball from Joseph to Bhatia. It was a full toss and there was no one back there. It's more clever batting in these middle overs from Yastika Bhatia.
And there's always a gap in this women's game. Only 4 fielders out on the boundary. All of the offside apart from deep long off on the ropes. There's always a gap that you can target. And actually, Charlotte Edwards, the England head coach, she's actually identified that she wanted her team to be able to access that offside a little better. We're going to see them in action later today against Australia. That's going to be a great game. Can't wait for that. But I do feel that in this tournament, actually, the batting sides that are able to access through the offside, normally you have the offside up, in particular against the spinners. I'm looking forward to seeing how the different batters go about it in accessing those particular areas.
And just took a little bit longer for Kiana Joseph to ready for the next ball because Yastika hit that onto the covers. Ball got a bit damp. If we can understand, the follow-up ball perhaps slipped a little bit. One thing that's been terrific has been the outfield in spite of all the rain. See evidence of the fast outfield. Good shot from Fulmali, bit of width. She cashed in. They're both striking at 150. And India motoring on 137 for 3 now.
It's Munasar in it, extra cover. She's nice and tight, trying to cut down the angle. Just a little misfield there. It's taken a couple of catches so far.
Yeah, 50 of the partnership has come up as well, and India in a good position after 14 overs. They're 137 for 3 as the players will take drinks.
Back 12 for the West Indies at the river ends, number 90, Jazara Claxton.
So into the final 6 overs we go. Players just took a short break for drinks, and now Yastika Bhatia has a challenge of just keeping pressure on. Partnership's good, 52 of 37. Yastika striking at 141.
There's good carry in this pitch, and we saw Claxton go to the short ball early. Wouldn't mind it here as well. And once again, goes for that short ball. She has good pace, Zara Claxton. And I think this is going to be a good option for her. In particular here in Cardiff, you've got big square boundaries. I actually thought she started that first over really well. Actually, the spinners of Afi Fletcher and Ramarak and also Alia Lane getting the wicket so far. But I do think that Claxton looks like a really good prospect for this West Indian bowling side. Once again, go short. I think sometimes here as a bowler, you don't want to, if there is good carry in the pitch, what there is here, don't want to get carried away with just banging a short length. You want to use it as the surprise ball, and you could see there Bharti Falmali just knew that that was coming, stayed leg side, just helped it on its way.
I think that reaction from Claxton was perhaps a conversation of where she wanted that fielder at point. She was catching, and now she's at the edge of the circle. I think it's fair to say that did not bounce as much as Bharti Fulmali expected.
Yeah, this must have been a slower delivery here from Claxton, potentially out the back of the hand. Yeah, really well bowled. Saw Nandini Sharma from India bowl those beautifully so far. Perfect seam out the back of the hand.
And the key was she got the line right as well. Nearly deceived Fulmali.
And just showing once again that she has got the skills. So it's just trying to, as a bowler, put the skills together. Not, you know, if there is good carry, you want to use that short ball as a surprise ball. But then she's got the brilliant follow-up, slower delivery as well. That's where you want to bowl it at that bail trimming length. Got the skills. Can she put them together?
Oh, mix up. Fulmali was not aware that the single was on. In fact, that's pretty untidy all round. After all that, it'll be a single. 145 for 3 with 5 to go.
India 145 for 3. Battle for the West Indies at the Cathedral Road ends number 9, Afi Fletcher.
Yeah, had to be alert. Good for Mali, and Yastika just charging down. But a great platform here for India, 145 for 3. Bharti Fulmali doing her best to remind captain and coach she's around and can provide a valuable role within this India side.
Yastika Bhatia retires out. New batter Risha Ghosh.
Now, I believe we've had a change of batters. I think Yastika has been retired out, and Rishi Ghosh, that is the figure of Rishi Ghosh, out in the middle. So Yastika, who's in good touch anyway, they've seen plenty of her over the recent series against England. And so they're going to allow Rishi Ghosh, who is so dangerous in these business end of an innings. Matt Floyd alongside me. And warm-up games, you can do as you please.
Yeah, that's the bonus, isn't it, of a warm-up game. Yastika's got a good hit, actually, 36 off 26. I think the key thing there was a strike rate. They'll be very happy with that. Career strike rate is just 99. A few question marks, but that was a lot better. Bharti still on strike. Punches down the ground hard. Fulmali moves to 34 off 22 now. I wonder now, we mentioned it before when we were on commentary, didn't we? Bharti Formali would not be in the starting 11, the strongest starting 11 you'd say. You got Harmanpreet, Deepti to come back into this batting lineup. But I wonder if she's just showing today that she offers a point of difference. You know, that power down the order, which maybe India don't have, apart from, of course, Richa Ghosh, who's come in now. Very impressive strike rate in her career. Top edge. Simple. Barely had to move. Kiana Joseph. So Richa Ghosh promoted, brought in early. She's out first ball.
Well, that didn't necessarily work out the way India would have hoped. Afi Fletcher. Risha just going for the sweep, catching the top edge. Risha so good down the ground, and a very easy, comfortable catch. And as soon as she arrived, she has to walk off again. First ball for Risha, and it's 146 for 5. It's a good point, though, Floydie, because we spoke about it a little earlier. As we just see, surprised Risha actually went for the sweep first up. Usually brings that into the game after she's been there a little while and drilled the ball down the ground, which is her big strength. So Radha Yadav comes to the crease, another opportunity for another player, much like you mentioned with Bharti Formali. Yeah, I think having players out and time in the middle, there's nothing more valuable. You can net all you want and practice all you want and have throwdowns and the like, but spending time out of the middle is invaluable, especially against opposition bowlers you're not used to seeing. And for Bharti, who I agree with you is on the outside looking in, it's a gentle prod. And also, when India do come to certain aspects in the tournament, if you get an injury, you want to know someone else is ready. If you want to line up a little bit differently, you want to have a bit more power in that engine room, she's had an opportunity.
Good catch. Coming forward at cover. That's an excellent catch. Had to make a bit of ground, Munishar. Second good catch she's taken today. Always tough to judge those, aren't they? Did it perfectly.
This, can't tell you how good a catch this is. Coming forward, diving forward, and so many times that ball can pop out after the elbow touches. Brilliant technique from Munishar. She has been so valuable round the infield, and Radha Yadav has to head back to the dugout for 148 for 6.
Radha Yadav corresponding with the start bowler Afi Fletcher for 1. The batter for India, number 31, Shriyanka Patel.
All of a sudden, India have lost 3 wickets for 3 runs. One of those wickets was retired out, but the other 2 genuine wickets brings Shriyanka Patil to the crease. 148 for 6 now. It's not looking quite as rosy as it was. Afi Fletcher's been excellent. That was one that didn't turn. 3 for 17 from her 3 overs. 148 for 6.
They were a little loose up front with the West Indies, especially with the new ball, allowing Shefali and Smriti to get off to an absolute flyer. Yastika as you can see, has been retired. Barty Fulmali going nicely. I think they've managed to pull it back in the middle overs after the power play very well. Munasar herself. Afi Fletcher's got some great figures.
We're actually going to see now a 9th bowler, Deandra Dottin, who you would think if this was a group game, it probably would see her a bit earlier. Just want to give her a little run out before the final few overs. Good strike rate, not a bad economy in this format. Now what can Formali do here? Needs some more impetus, India. It's deep in the crease. No ball. Be very glad that she's still on strike, because it will be a free hit. Thing is, how do you fit Formali in the team? Because obviously Harmanpreet and Deepti Sharma coming back in, they go straight back in. Very hard to see how you can do it. Come back to that in a moment. Let's have a look at this free hit. Slower ball. That's well bowled in the end. Just trying to hit it a bit too hard, eyeing up the River Taff.
Was she ever? She wound up big style. And did Barty. Got a little overexcited. I think she realised it herself. Back of the hand from D-Dot.
Nicely into the gap. Fielder's got work to do here. Ball might win the race. It does. Innocuous for that, really, wasn't it? Just clipped nonchalantly behind square. But this outfield is still pretty quick, despite all the rain.
Yeah, all she had to do is help it. The line was angling in towards the leg side when you've only got 2 fielders up inside the circle, no protection. Out there at long leg, it's not really the line nor the length. The field is pretty much straight, so you've got to bowl that bit fuller.
Pace on this time. It's past the outside edge.
Yeah, to answer your question, it's very difficult. I think she's one of those players who is kind of a luxury player, if you like. And there's not a huge amount of bowling in that top order of India. When you look at Smriti, Shefali can bowl you a few overs of occasional. And I think when you go down it, Rodriguez doesn't bowl, Harmanpreet have to hurry. Comfortably home in the end. Yastika's not a bowler. And then you get to Rishi Ghosh. So then, because you've not got that many bowling options in your top 6, Barty's a difficult person to try and fit inside that team. And that's where we're talking about Amanjot Kaur being such a blow, not having her available.
It's the one thing maybe you can pick out from this India side. Maybe the one slight weakness, as you say, not enough of the top order batters who bowl. And that doesn't give you much wiggle room, does it? If anything goes wrong with the ball. Maybe that's why Radha Yadav was brought back as well. Obviously a different kind of all-rounder, spin bowling all-rounder, but it just gives you a bowler who can bat a bit. Right, last ball of this over. Can Deandra close it out? It's a good ball, actually, leading edge. Finishes with a dot, not bad at all. 8 off the 17th, 156 for 6.
Well, these are the 2 groups. You asked me a question a little earlier in commentary, which I managed to avoid, I think, very, very smartly, giving you an answer about who's going to qualify out of Group A, but you look at the sides there. It is a tough ask. Top 2 go through to the semis. You're not going to ask me again, Floydie, are you?
Bit of drift into Formali there. Thought about two, and there's a mix-up in the field too. It's all going off. In the end, it's just a single. Well, I am going to ask you that question about the group again, because luckily for you, I've got 3 overs to get an answer this time, not 3 balls. So that group, Group A, India, Australia, South Africa, 3 of the top sides in the world at the moment. Only 2 can go through. One of them is going to be very unfortunate. Which one will it be?
Well, look, I think the South Africa-India game is going to decide who the second semi-finalist is. I can't see Australia not being there. Given the strength of that side, it's an awesome looking side. And on a conditions front, should have been 2 there, really. On a conditions front, I just think, I think South Africa have been building. And if you hand on heart, I just fancy them at the moment. The way that they have been performing, the quality that they have, I think they have so many bases covered.
Oh, sidearm. Just try something different. Didn't quite come off. Gonna have to bowl that one again. So you're suggesting, Daggers, that you think it might be Australia or India that don't go through in this group?
I'm not suggesting Australia.
Big shot out into the deep on the leg side, not fully out the middle. Just the one.
It's bold from me, but I just do think, I think South Africa are ripe. I think they're ready. I think they're ready to take the next step in world cricket, and I think it would be a fantastic achievement for them.
Very deep in the crease goes Formali. Just struggling to find the middle of the bat in her last few deliveries. Strike rate is still good though. 44 off 31, 45 off 32. Striking at 140. It could do with just a couple of big overs here just to get some momentum back into this innings.
But isn't the wonder not knowing?
Well, this character long on comfortably in the end, and it's pouched easily for Janelia Glasgow, and it's a 4th wicket for Afi Fletcher. Brilliant, really. She's brought her team back into this game. 4 for 23 she finishes with.
She's bowled really well, and not necessarily the options taken by India against the leg spinner, but she's bowled with great accuracy. She's varied her paces nicely. An experienced bowler, and she ends Shriyanka Patil's innings. She goes for 2, and it's 162 for 7.
Shriyanka Patil calls Janelia Glasgow for the bowling of Afi Fletcher for 2.
Yeah, I think the not knowing is wonderfully exciting. There is a very open World Cup, as we know.
Oh, very full. Yeah, Andrew Dottin. It's actually working as well. And again, it's a back of the hand slower ball, I think. Maybe India will look at this. These middle overs, death overs, changes of paces have really worked for West Indies. They've slowed India down.
Almost run out, you know. You've got to be alert when D-Dot, she's one of the best fielders in the world. She's also one of the best death bowlers in the world. She nails those Yorkers. She's got that back of the hand slower ball. West Indies might be just keeping an eye on time as well. The cut-off time, 12:32. They've got 3 minutes to get this over and start the last one.
Deep in the crease again. Hoiked into the leg side. There's no one out there. It's gone high, and it's going to be 4. First boundary in 13 balls for India. and you felt that both the team and Bharti Fulmali needed that.
That's a really good option as well from Bharti, knowing that Dottin's probably going full. The field is set. Long on, long off. A very straight mid-wicket and a deep extra cover. So that's where the gaps are.
I got that one wrong, and it's into the gap again. Might not get to the boundary. It won't. Hector does well to bring it back in, but they should come back for a 3. It's got a bit loose in the last 2 balls. And a 50 for Bharti Fulmali. She'll be very happy with her work today. She's put down a marker.
Yeah, just 36 balls for Bharti. 6 balls and a 6. And as I mentioned, a little prod, a little reminder of the power that she does possess. Played to her strengths today.
Another full toss. That's a bad misfield. It's given away 3 runs at least there. It's out the middle of the bat, but went straight through the hands. So this over, it's just got India back on track.
And the surprise is, it's Ashmini Munasar who's misfielded it. It's a little bit sloppy. And no dive from Janelia.
Boulder! Perfect Yorker from Deandra Dottin. Doesn't celebrate, turns around, goes back to her mark.
And that is how you do it. Absolutely on the chalk mark of the crease. And Kranti Gaur, who not that much prowess with the bat, has no answer. A high quality delivery, too good for Kranti. And she goes for just the boundary scored, 173 for 8.
Overs gone. India 173 for ace. Final over of India's innings on the way in. Bowled from the Cathedral Ranks by number 78, Alia Alain.
Final over of this Indian innings. It's going to be bowled by Alia Alain. Starts with a dot. You would think if India can get 15 or so off this, they'll be reasonably happy with where they are. But one stage they were 145 for 3. I think the retirement of Yastika Bhatia just really punctured their ball in some ways. Come back for 2. It's going to be a run out.
Now, what I'd like to have seen here is Bharti show a little bit of nous, and she's talking to Sri Sharani, and I don't think it's Sri's fault. What I would like to see is Bharti just say, Sri, stay at the non-strikers. I'm going to try and whack all of these for 6. And be the one to try and find the boundary. Sri, there's a reason why she's coming in at 11. And Bharti is 50 odd not out. So you actually make the decision and say, I'm not going to take the single here. I'm going to see where my boundary options are, and I'm going to try and launch each and every one for 4 or 6.
It's a fine line, isn't it, that? If you do that, you've got to make sure you do the business. But I think in this case, with the number 10, it's fine.
You're the player who's 50 not out. Sri's just come to the crease and she's batting 11. I think it's a decision that you make whilst you're on there and be backing up and hope to get back on strike.
Well, it's Sri Charani on strike. I think they might just settle for one here. Sri does run the first very fast, but Bharti's not interested, understandably. Happened in the IPL, didn't it, this year? David Miller, I think, in a run chase, turned down a single at the end of the game and then tried to win it himself. Didn't pay off.
But I like the idea. I think you've got to back yourself and look at the situation. Are we in a better chance of me scoring these runs or the new batter?
Now, will they push for two here? No.
What I'd also like to see is Sri backing up and absolutely gunning that first run. If you're going to take it, then I want to see the non-striker be the one to put the pressure on the fielder. It's most likely coming to your end anyway.
Been a really good comeback this by the Windies. Very loose in the power play. That went for 70. 145 for 3. It was looking like India were eyeing up 200 perhaps. But they've shut the door. Really dragged this run rate down. Ooh, very early there and a long way as well. Exposed all 3 stumps.
Aliyah Olaine has done nicely here. Had you offered her 4 off the first 5 deliveries, she'd have snapped your hand off. Can she finish off? Don't be surprised if Bharti tries that little slog sweep again that she played off Dottin in the previous over.
Here we go, last ball. Up high, chance for long on. She does well, but she couldn't hold on to it. Was heading over that boundary rope. In the end, did the sensible thing, deposited the ball and did not touch the rope. So that'll be just 2 to finish. And India walk in with 179 for 8 on the board. Target will be 180. Just check this again. Pretty sure she did not touch the rope. Did well. Overall, though, Daggers, it's a good score, isn't it? But
yeah.
Do you have that feeling of what might have been? Perhaps could have been 200.
A little bit, yeah. I think that middle part where the West Indies came back, especially with Afi Fletcher, you know, they managed to shore things up in the middle order. And of course, look, this is a warm-up game. They would never have retired Yastika in any normal circumstances. I think that 180 they will feel confident in defending. Still got plenty of bowlers and a strong bowling lineup do India, but the West Indies, given their amount of power that they have up front, I don't think they'll be daunted, but they'll have to work hard to try and chase this down.
And that's because India got off to a flying start, courtesy of the openers. Valuable time in the middle for Shafali Verma, Smriti Mandana. They took 70 off the power play. Then Yastika Bhatia and Bharti Fulmali got together for an excellent partnership of 60, which was ended when Yastika was retired out. And that brought about a little bit of a collapse towards the back end of the innings. Bharti, though, was the shining light. Very important knock from her, 56 not out of 40 balls. She's put her name in the frame for that first group match.
As for the bowlers, loads used. Pretty much everybody was used, but the standout was Afi Fletcher and her leg spin. Best economy and the most wickets, 4 for 23 of her 4 overs. Thought she was absolutely excellent. I thought at the death as well, Deandra Dottin, Aliyah Olaine, thought they did nicely as well. Up front, they've all found a bit wanting, a bit both sides of the wicket.
Well, as I said, it was a flying start by India. Smriti Mandana helped herself to a lot of boundaries behind leg side, behind square on the leg side rather. Didn't have to do too much. Just put the bad ball away. If you looked at her wagon wheel, I think about 90% of it would be down there. Both the seamers and the spinners early on for West Indies erring in their line. Mandana 39 off 23 without having to do too much. There was a classic Mundana cover drive in there as well. And then this happened, the wicket. First time she tried to be ultra aggressive, trying to drag that over the leg side, bottom of the bat. And that was a bit of a surprise, really, when she departed for 39. But valuable time in the middle for her.
Yeah, that was an absolute clinic of where not to bowl to Smriti Mandana. All of the shots that she's famous for, the West Indies fed a little bit. As for her opening partner, Shefali Verma, similar sort of thing. She got a little bit of fortune here and there, but so strong against off spin. Nice to see her opening up the leg side as well. That's her area. So dominant through the offside in that extra cover region. She waited nicely there. I think she's played that okay. But a fine catch from Munisar at mid-wicket saw the end of Shefali Verma. Strong opening partnership, though, and they will have a big say in this World T20, will Mandana and Verma.
After that, it was Yastika Bhatia who picked up the mantle, really, alongside Fulmali. Bit of invention early on. That was the second ball, moved right across her stumps. Lovely wrist work there, just to guide the ball into the gap behind square on the offside. Showed some power too, with that slog sweep. And there's those wrists again. Up to strike rate today. Striking at around about 140, career strike rate 99. Showed invention as well, moved around the crease. She's a very graceful player to watch as well, isn't she? Shades of Smriti Mandana with that shot.
Well, she's a fine player, and we've not seen the best of her over the last couple of years. Of course, she's had that injury, but a terrible WPL 2 years ago. She didn't play because of injury this year. And when she's at her fluent best, as we saw when she opened the batting for the Mumbai Indians in the WPL in the first couple of years, she is a devastating player. It's nice to see her, especially in the series recently with England, and then carrying it on today in a good vein of form.
Now, this is a very different type of innings, isn't it? Bharti Fulmali, who's been brought back into the international setup after a 7-year absence to try and do this, to be a finisher. That was the first 6 of the day. Beautiful strike, clean down the ground. And did we see here, Daggers, that she might just offer something that India don't have elsewhere?
Well, they're leaning for that power at the back end of an innings on Risha Ghosh, and as we saw today, Risha didn't last very long, 1 ball in fact, and so the element is whether you can afford to have both of those players in the side. One thing she has done is just given those in power a little bit of a reminder what she is capable of and how powerful she is in that middle order.
Question is, how do they fit her in? You've got the likes of the captain Harmanpreet to come back, Deepti Sharma as well, so it might be quite difficult to fit Fulmali into the 11. West Indies really came back into things in the final 10 overs or so. Afi Fletcher, very experienced leg spinner from Grenada, was a big part of that. Wasn't afraid to toss the ball up. Full shot there early from Jemima Rodriguez. Dangerous to sweep her. She got a little bit of bounce despite tossing the ball up. Helped by some good catching too, but it was brave bowling, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's always valuable to have a wrist spinner within your side, someone who does a little bit different. I thought she was really clever with the way she chopped and changed her speeds, her arm angles as well. Yeah, she's a huge amount of experience behind her back, but she showed why she is absolutely imperative to this West Indies side. And so, it's a fairly large target to try and chase down for the West Indies. 180 at 9 runs and over. We will see how they get on in a few moments' time. Welcome back to the Welsh capital as we warm up for the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Very much looking forward to all of the action getting underway on Friday. It all kicks off properly at Edgbaston as England take on Sri Lanka. 6:30 start there. Here in Cardiff, as the clouds have parted and we have some nice weather. It was a bit murky and grizzly earlier on today, but we've managed to get underway with no loss of overs in the match between the West Indies and India in the warm-up. And the West Indies have to try and chase down a target of 180 in their 20 overs. And because it's a warm-up game, there's a little bit of fluidity to the match. India have decided to just go with an 11 today, so the captain Harmanpreet Kaur is missing today, as is Deepti Sharma. Smriti Mandana is leading the side. As for the West Indies, they're going to have a bowling side and a different batting side. They want to give as many of their players a little bit of cricket out in the middle as they can. Alongside me, former England international Tash Farrant. And there were moments of quality from both of the sides as well, with bat, with ball, and also in the field.
Yeah, well, India got off to that fast start, didn't they? And they didn't really have to do too much. I felt that West Indies were missing their captain, not just from a leadership point of view, but actually the overs that Hayley Matthews bowls in the power play. But actually, for me, I was saying it at the top of the show, these West Indian spinners, you know, they're going to be vital going into this World Cup. And once again, Affy Fletcher just keeping things simple, bowls a beautiful line and length, changes her pace, 4 for 23 for her. And also really impressed with how they fielded. Nearly all of those wickets that fell were catches. Deandra Dottin ruining the party with the little bowls there at the end, Kranti Goud. But they took their catches. I felt they could have been slightly more athletic in the ring, a couple of misfields, but actually Munisar as well in the field, thought she took some really good catches. So some positive signs for both teams. India would have felt they would like to get a little bit more in the last 5, but I'm more looking forward to seeing how India go with the ball and seeing a few new faces that we haven't seen this summer.
Yeah, Deandra Dottin not thinking about the symmetry of the scorecard whatsoever. Getting the bowled towards the back end. She's got work to do with the bat. She gets hydrated.
ICC on-field umpires returning to the middle.
And so, West Indies, I would say a fairly daunting task ahead of them. 180 here at Cardiff. Can be achieved, I'm not saying it can't, but you really have to run well, use this quite large acreage that you've got to play with at Cardiff. It's a big, big outfield. And they've not reduced it really, especially square of the wicket. So there's plenty of runs available. Hayley Matthews is just having a minute today. All of the captains who were on Waterloo Bridge yesterday at the tournament launch, and having to get back from London, which is never easy at the best of times. Getting out of London is a bit of a nightmare. So I think both of the captains are just quite happy to take a little break. They've got another opportunity with warm-up games still here in Cardiff on Wednesday as well. We'll be here covering that too. Australia will take on the West Indies on Wednesday, and England and India have seen plenty of each other over the last 3 weeks or so, but they're going to have another go. And this is what's fun about warm-up games. Lots of things can be tried. Not sure how much of this we're going to see in the actual World Cup, but Shafali Verma's going to take the first over for India.
And I feel that she's someone that really enjoys having the ball in her hand as well. In this side as the opening batter, I feel that, you know, she feels she can make an impact in this Indian bowling lineup, and they need her as well. Without the all-rounders in this Indian side, if she can bowl a few, that'll be very handy for India.
Well, D-Dot's going to open the batting. I enjoy watching Shafali bowl because you're not quite sure what's going to come out. If you were to label her, you would say off spinner, but she has developed a few little variations, one out of the front of the hand, and Jermaine Campbell joins Deandra Dottin. The start of the West Indies reply.
Yeah, just a couple of easy singles to get this second innings going. Deep long on and deep mid-wicket out on the boundary, in particular to both batters, but more so you feel it's to Deandra Dottin. That mid-wicket is nice and straight as well. That is the region that she loves to target. Shafali Verma, I don't think he's going to give her any pace to work with here.
I was just having a look to see who the two deep fielders are. Shriyanka Patel out at long on. Jemmy Rodrigues at deep mid-wicket. Trying to go down the ground, but not quite timing it. The other person I was actually looking for out in the deep was Radha Yadav. She is a wonderful fielder. She'll save you 15. Speak of the devil. There she is, Radha Yadav, in that important backward point position.
And she also might give you a little bit more height than the two on the boundary do at the moment, but they are quick movers along the ground. But Radha Yadav, special fielder.
Kranti Goud should have done better. It's never easy around the wicket ends, but you've got to get the body in the way. And Deandra Dottin gets her first boundary, the end of the first over, 6 without loss.
Yeah, as you were saying earlier, Daggers, India, under this new management, have really improved their fielding. This doesn't show that, but actually they've been a little bit sketchy. In the series against South Africa a couple of months ago, they dropped pretty much over half of their catches. So they just need to pick up their performances in the field leading into the World Cup here.
Yeah, you're right. And they've now, because of the standards that they've set themselves in recent time, I remember when India came here last year and in the bilateral series against England, and they were exceptional in the field and noticeably better than England were. So when you set yourself those standards, anything that doesn't quite reach is going to be glaring. Here's Renuka Singh Thakur. Jemmy Rodrigues sees it going past her at backward point. And a boundary off the first ball.
Yeah, width and also short of a length from Thakur. Campbell just opening it up, and Jemmy Rodrigues is a little bit off the inner circle there. If she potentially was on that circle, that could have been an easy chance.
She's not done a huge amount of bowling, Renuka. So slipped down the pecking order with the advancement of Kranti Goud.
Just trying to keep those hands warm, Jamima.
Reckon she's got those little tea bags, those warming tea bags that you slide in the pocket, so valuable on chilly days. Although the sun's out.
Little shout there from Richa Ghosh. I think that's okay. Also known as hand warmers, Daggers. The warming tea bags.
Yes, not actual tea bags that have been taken out of a teapot. Do you know what? I think Risha's got a good claim there. That's only on first glance. There's no third umpire, I've got to mention. The on-field just on first glance, this Tash looked as though the question asked might have had a slightly different response.
You just look, that heel's in the air there. And when you see the bails, that she just waits a little bit there, Richa Ghosh, just for Campbell to drag her foot. Does look it's outside the line.
I'm old, buddy.
That's a clever bit of keeping though from Richa Ghosh. Someone who I think has improved her keeping dramatically, exponentially over the last couple of years. Came into the side as that out and out batter, took the gloves, but I just feel that you would have seen more than her than me, Daggers, but her keeping has improved so much.
It has. I'd like to see her have slightly better foot movement down the leg side. She dives for things a little bit too often. So I think that could be something that's worked off, but she standing up to the stumps has been vastly improved. Single to conclude. A tidy start from Renuka Singh Thakur, 12 without loss. Well, plenty of opportunity around the world to watch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Over in India, Australia, Pakistan, the Middle East, USA and Canada, and under in New Zealand, and also in Bangladesh. Lots of broadcasting to millions and millions of people. And it doesn't stop there. Singapore and Malaysia, where we were for the Under-19 T20 World Cup last time out. If your country or territory is not on there, do not forget you can watch on ICC.tv all of the action, not missable, of this fabulous world competition. Here's Kranti Goud, replacing Shafali Verma, someone who we're much more used to seeing in the power play.
Well, there's no excuse not to watch this Women's World Cup. It's going to be a great tournament. Kranti Goud played a couple of the games in that series against England. Started to find her form in that last game.
Oh, fetch that. Put it in the arc of Deandra Dottin, you're going to disappear.
Yeah, no one back on the straight boundary. Saw Renuka Thakur have that cover, but no one's going to be stopping that wherever they are on the boundary. Anything full to Deandra Dottin. That is the way she's going to look. Short boundaries here at Sophia Gardens. Kranti Goud does have the short ball up her sleeve. She won't want to too full like she did there.
Yeah, just back of a length, that's your area. It's really come to the fore over the first, or the last couple of seasons. UP Warriors, where she opened the bowling and got herself into that Indian team. You talked about the bouncer, a little bit too short. That almost clipped her on the toes as she let it go.
Yeah, there's been good carry in this pitch all day, actually. It's been really good. A little bit of grass on that wicket. You don't have to bowl it in as short as that Kranti Goud just did. Didn't quite get the length, but a good option nonetheless.
Heaved into the leg side, and it will provide Deandra Dottin with her third boundary.
Yeah, she's so tricky to bowl to, Deandra Dottin, because you've got the new ball in your hand. Kranti Goud's wanting to see if there's any sort of swing on offer. I think she's actually holding that cross seam, trying to get a bit of indifferent bounce, but anything is just slightly full of a length. That's not even full. That's a good length from Kranti Goud. But Deandra Dottin, that is the area she likes to target. A big smile on her face as well. She's enjoying it out there.
Much better from Kranti. I don't think she's necessarily found... She's only young still, Kranti, and she's found her way in 50 over cricket. Obviously different format, you've got a little bit longer and more overs to bowl. T20 cricket, she struggled in the WPL this year, only 3 wickets in 8 games that she bowled. Oh, she was lining up there, Deandra. Had to just check her shot. She'll keep the strike at the end of the 3rd over. West Indies 22 without loss.
बस इधर इधर
22 without loss, and what's interesting is the place where Deandra Dot bats in the order.
Good question, Daggers. Yeah, she's been moved up to the top of the order in T20 cricket. And I don't mind the option as well. I'm not surprised as well, having worked with Shane Dietz, the West Indian head coach. I know that he wants to make sure that West Indies utilise the power play when you've only got 2 out on the boundary. So I'm not surprised with the decision, but I do feel that she is good in that middle order. You've got someone like Kiana Joseph, left-hander. Could she go at the top, and Deandra Dottin more as a finishing role?
I think it's a really good question. And the reason that is, obviously Hayley Matthews is going to bat at the top of the order, and traditionally Kiana Joseph has in the right-hand, left-hand combination. But I think with Chanel Henry's advancement with the bat over recent years, she doesn't necessarily... Dottin's a proper player. She can genuinely... she can hit the ball out the ground, but she is a technically very, very sound player.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I just feel if you've got someone like Kiana Joseph, she goes one way, she's a boundary hitter, she's not quick between the wickets, whereas Deandra Dottin is someone who can do a bit of both, like you just said, Dagger. She's more of a, she can build an innings, she can, if she needs to go from ball 1, she can. I feel she's slightly more adaptable than Kiana Joseph, so even if Dottin doesn't make a massive difference, if she was down at 3 and then she could potentially just be flexible where she comes in depending on when that first wicket falls. But good questions for West Indies. I also love the left-hand, right-hand combinations at the top of the order. I feel like there's much more left-handers coming into the women's game, but say in England, for example, we've been so short of left-handed batters. See Lydia Greenway. Now we've got someone like Freya Kemp, which is a real... It almost feels like a treat, actually. It sounds silly to say, but that left-hand, right-hand combination at the top.
oh boy there
And something about Deandra Dottin, it's not a bit of frustration. You just sometimes wish, because she doesn't necessarily give away how good a player she is by having to feel like she's got to go and find the boundary. She's got all the shots. And sometimes, obviously, you can tempt her in, you throw the ball above the eye line and she can get sucked in a little bit by trying to blast the ball out of the ground. Whereas actually sometimes you do need her to play that role of anchoring to a degree. And she will find the boundary if the ball is in the right area. End of an excellent over from Renuka Singh Thakur. Just the 1 run off the bat, 24 without loss after 4.
Yeah, and I just feel that West Indies, Deandra Dottin is someone who can find the boundary even when you've got 4 out on after the power play. That's why I feel that maybe that middle order might be best suited, but they've got some powerful hitters in there, haven't they, Daggers? Hayley Matthews, who we haven't seen today. Chanel Henry's going to be their finisher. And then Stafani Taylor and also Campbell, who can just steady the ship a little bit in the middle.
There's no shortage of talented players. Zayda James is an excellent young player. I don't think they've found a proper role with the bat for her at the moment. Sri Sharani, left arm spin. One of the top T20 bowlers in the world, the left arm spinner. She's such a clever operator.
Yeah, she really is, and we're going to see some brilliant left-arm spinners throughout this tournament, aren't we? And Sri Trani is one of the very best. Still so young, 20 matches into her T20 career, but she just, as you say, she's so clever. I think what she does the best is she always is targeting those stumps, but actually it's her subtle changes of paces that does the batters sometimes. So clever.
Yeah, she changes her arm angle as well. Sometimes you feel that she's absolutely at the perpendicular. Sometimes she's a little bit round arm. So not just changes of pace and length, but also angle. Had Deandra Dottin connected with that, it would have ended up in the middle of Cardiff. No shortage of effort.
Just rub the back on that one. That almost hurt watching that. And I really like what we've seen actually from some of the spinners that are going to be on show. Sri Trani, who she lowers her arm, and also someone like Lindsay Smith, and actually how, you know, not just changing your pace, but actually subtle changes to your action, in particular at the back end at the death.
Just can't find the gap. The other, and again, there's another change that she makes. And over the course of this tournament, just keep an eye, but she'll use the crease really well. She'll actually get quite close. The last delivery was kept quite close to the stumps. Then she might just flare out a little bit wide. Not hit cleanly. A little tinny off the sound of Campbell's bat. She'll only get a single. And West Indies not really being able to express themselves. 27 without loss.
West Indies 27 without loss. 1 over left of the power play. Next ball at the river end for India, number 26, Kranti Gaud.
Second over for Kranti Gaud. It's good running. Deandra Dottin came through straight away. It's been a steady start, if unspectacular, by the West Indies here. Crucial thing is wickets in hand. What'll be interesting is whether we see the likes of Stefani Taylor. We didn't see her out there fielding, but West Indies haven't announced an 11, unlike India. And very early and hooked it right off her nose. Good bit of improvisation from bowler and batter. But it's the batter who gets the 4.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty from Dottin, and she knows. She's just bailed herself out of jail. Kranti Gaud followed her, saw the batter charging down, just a swat. She was hoping for a connection that was sweet enough, and it was.
Yeah, swat was the right word, I think, there, Ronak. And now she picks up 1. So you brought the sun down from London with you. Wasn't great last night, much better today.
I'm not taking any credit for that. Could go away any minute. But yeah, this is exactly what you want. English conditions, Welsh conditions.
It's going to be 4 more. Just a little short from Kranti Gaud. It's muscled to the boundary.
Yeah, what's key is Campbell is expecting this length now. So unlike Dottin, who is trying to make something happen, she's just stayed on the crease. And there's a lot of vacant space on the leg side, and they need more of that. This final over of the power play, it's been everything but the wicket for India. They've kept the runs down.
No damage there, but again, just back of a length. I think it is smart from a bowling point of view to not bowl too full here to protect the short boundaries, but you can often go the other way and just bowl a bit too short. And in the power play, obviously you've got less protection out there. Nevertheless, it's a decent power play for India so far. Finishes with a dot as well, so good comeback from Kranti Gaud after those 2 boundaries. Power play done, 37 without loss. And they're going to have a quick drinks break. We'll be back in just a few moments' time.
West Indies 37 without loss, and now brand new bowler for India at the Cathedral Road is 21, Rani Yadav.
Power play done in this first Women's T20 World Cup warm-up match here in Cardiff. West Indies behind the 8 ball at this stage. India 70 for 1. West Indies haven't lost a wicket, but well behind in terms of runs. 37. Comes Rani Yadav. Starts with a wide. Experienced left-arm spinner brought back into this squad, had a bit of experience for this big event. That's well bowled, saw her coming.
Yeah, big game for Rani Yadav. She doesn't organically fit into India's ideal 11, but the package of Rani Yadav is so attractive. She's by some distance India's best fielder. Arundhati Reddy can make a claim to being a close second.
That's gone fine, and that might run away to the boundary. It does. Just fired that one through and slightly erred in line. We saw this at the beginning of the India innings too, with Smriti Mandana helping herself down the leg side.
Yeah, but this is the area that she'll have to most make an impact in. Can India count on her for 4 overs? Sri Charani is shown on form why she's the #1 spin in this side.
Short, fine legs gone in after that boundary. Yeah, Sri Charan is... It's amazing how quickly she's established herself as the #1 in, what, about a year?
Yeah, debuted in this part of the world last year in an historic series win, both the ODIs and the T20Is.
Yeah, it's well bowled. Just hung that outside the off stump. Another dot ball.
As a result of spin-heavy side that India anyway picked with the all-rounders Deepti Sharma and Sri Charni. Radha Yadav's place has been on the sidelines, even though she was part of India's 50 overs World Cup win. Well, this is an opportunity for her. Speaking to the head coach before the start of play today, so that's one thing I'd like to see. Radha Yadav bowling 4. Should probably play both warm-up games. They gave her a promotion in the batting order as well today. She did have an impact with bat in title-winning side for RCB in the WPL.
Again, gets past, short, fine leg. And it's another boundary in that area. So just 2 poor deliveries really fired in down leg side, cost Radha Yadav. That over goes for 10, 47 without loss.
Yeah, it's the length on this occasion. It's short, and short enough. Even though the batter charged, just didn't have the zip that hurried her, had enough time. And the line was, as you point out, Floydie, for the second time in the over. It's down the leg side with little protection. So an expensive over.
It's probably something that both sides will look back at the end of the game, particularly the West Indies, less so India, but just erring in line down the leg side early in the innings, giving some freebies away. Smriti Mandana was definitely helped out a lot the start of her innings. Shriyanka Patil, off spinner. Outside edge. Gonna get 2 though. Short delivery, just I'd launch everything at it, Deandra Dottin. Generally how she plays her attacking shots, puts her whole body into it.
Yeah, she's not been her brutal best just yet. Still struggling for timing. Shriyanka Patil is a wily campaigner. You do sense with the asking rate in excess of 10. There's a bit of frustration building on Dottin. 2 fielders deep on the leg side, 3 in fact if you count long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square.
What kind of shape, Ronak, do you think India are coming in to this tournament? Because we've just seen them over here in England. 2 of the sides you think will be there or thereabouts, 2 of the top sides. It's a tight series. India won the first game. England came back and won the next 2. Very good run chase in the final match in Taunton to win it. Not too far from here. They're going to push for 2 and they're going to get it. Good running. Will India be feeling like they're in good shape? Are they confident coming into this, or is there work to do still?
I think the answer to that question is a bit layered because we tend to take a bit too much from bilateral T20I results. They went down in South Africa. It wasn't a series win here in England either. But I think they're a tournament team now to look out for. Dangerous after having a reference point of going all the way. They didn't play their best cricket by any stretch of imagination through the league phase of the 50-over World Cup, Matt. And I sense that they're a bit unsure of what conditions will offer at this time. They've come prepared for seam-heavy lineup. They do have a variety of all-round spin options. Challenge is to find that balance.
That's well played, controlled sweep around the corner, beats the fielder as well. It's a boundary to finish for Deandra Dottin. 8 overs done. The West Indies 57 without loss.
Yeah, good finish. They need 10s. Yeah, think Charles Dagdale's brought this up. They're missing a key player that balances an ideal 11 in Amanjot Kaur, and Kashmi Gautam was perhaps next in line, both injured. And as a result, how do you get a team that can bat deep with power and also give you multiple bowling options? So I think one question they will have is whether you can have Bharti Malay as a lower order hitter. What does that take away? Because Yastika Bhatia has shown great form. There is an area of concern of her outside the power play, which to her credit she did well with today.
Sri back into the attack. Pulled out off a very full length for one. Good over to start with for Chirani, went for just 3. Yeah, I wonder, the question for India is, for me, is different format, but getting over the line in a world tournament, 50 over tournament, how much is that going to feed into this, knowing that you've done it before? And that's what I'm really keen to see when the tournament starts properly. Will we see that full of confidence, aggressive India? Bit of turn. First bit of turn we've seen today from Chirani.
And she's most likely to get it, because she puts a lot of effort into that, lots of revs, and see it's a perfect delivery to a right-hander. And to exactly what you said, Matt, I think they'll thrive with the energy of full houses, crowds that will support India. You know they will. On the back of a home World Cup win and the WPL, that's something this team is now used to.
See that Chirani's frustrating West Indian batters here, just with a length more than anything. They're trying to cut deliveries which are just a little bit too full, not judging the flight at all, and that's one of her strengths as a left-arm spinner. A little bit fuller this time. Dottin's able to get this pass cover, but it's only one.
Yeah, what Sri Charni has provided and why she's become the number one spinner is there are no easy boundary balls. She'll keep hitting a length, she'll pick up what a batter's looking for and just put it in an area outside their comfort zone.
But is in line this time, and that beats Kranti Gaud down on the boundary behind square on the leg side. She'll be disappointed with that. Chirani still only goes for 6 that over, 63 without loss. Looks like we're going to have another retired out here as the England side watch on in the sunshine. Lindsay Smith, Sophia Dunkley. They're playing Australia later. We will, of course, bring that live to you. Another big game in terms of these warm-ups here in Cardiff. Jermaine Campbell walking off. She's been retired out, 25 of 23 balls. Second batter to have that happen to them today after Yastika Bhatia for India. Now, when that happened in the Indian innings, it led to a bit of a collapse. It really disrupted their flow. I wonder what will happen here. That counts as the first wicket. Kiana Joseph comes in. And Renuka's back into the attack. I mean, I guess in this situation as a batter, you're not so bothered about it, but if you get retired as a batter, it's never a nice feeling, is it? When you're not injured, you've got to walk off. I think you accept it in a warm-up. Not sure I'd be too happy in a proper group game and I got retired.
I do think, though, it is something that's being normalized a lot more in this format. Players are ready for it. I think in this particular instance, though, there's a case for it. Campbell was struggling to find the boundary. They need nearly 11s, and Kiana Joseph's left-handedness will just add to slightly more favourable matchup against Sri Charni. I think you're going to expect Sri Charni and Radha Yadav to bowl a bulk of the overs in this middle phase. So I can understand it.
Beats mid off the back foot. Just thrashed that straight, really. Typical Deandra Dottin shot. Did not hold back.
Yep, power from D. Dot. There was not much pace offered by Renuka. Instead of going square, she's picked her spot past mid-off, who was inside the circle. And she finds her own way. It's not textbook, but it's very effective.
So Kiana Joseph will face her first delivery. Used to open the batting in this side. In fact, she hit a vital half-century in the big group game in the 2024 T20 World Cup, which effectively knocked out England. But she's fallen away since then a little bit, averaging just 17, and she's dropped down to number 3. That's allowed Deandra Dottin to open as well. Bit of debate as to whether that's her best position.
And in that game that you point out, Matt, I think one hallmark was how clever Kiana Joseph was in picking favourable matchup, turned down singles even when partnership was flourishing. She fancied taking down Sophie Eccleston. So I think left arm spinners India have. That's her job.
She's off the mark with a single. But Windies are going to have to go some from here, really, to get to this target. Required rate just under 11. We're halfway through, 71 for 1.
Well, they're going to be a little bit more active later on as the... wonder what Nat Silverbrunt is tucking into there. She will be back in action, we hope, today. Keeping her fingers crossed. She's been out injured and didn't take any part of the New Zealand or the India series that have just gone. England will be desperately wanting her back. She looks as though she is preparing. Sweep shot and should bring 4 for Kiana Joseph. Just beats the player inside the circle.
Yeah, and this is what the left-hand, right-hand combination can bring. Just naturally can just put the bowler's line off to keep adjusting pretty much every single ball. A freebie for Kiana Joseph, who does favour that leg side. She's got 3 out on the leg side to try and evade, and she does so.
Straight through. Going back to a fuller length delivery, Shriyanka Patil just skidding one on. Much better line, and Kiana Joseph has to depart.
Yeah, corrects really well, Shriyanka Patil. This time a little bit quicker and just skids on. There's no turn out there on this pitch here at Cardiff. She would have enjoyed that one, the off spinner, India's off spinner. Kiana Joseph, who I feel that should probably be at the top of the order. She has to go for 5, 75 for 2.
Yeah, don't go back to Shriyanka on that length. It's a dangerous game to play. She bowls that length, you've got to go down the ground. Or at least try and get the sweep out. But Dottin has a new partner. West Indies will be pleased that Dottin has spent the amount of time at the crease that she has. 36 balls. Jazara Claxton, 20 years old, St Kitts and Nevis. And the numbers don't necessarily read a number 4, but she's got a bit of talent. It's a youngster. Saw in 2 versions of the Under-19 T20 World Cup. Oh, bit of confusion. The shot, Claxton wanted a single. She had to send Dottin back.
Yeah, she's here because of this previous wicket. Kiana Josephs coming in at 3 and didn't pick the length whatsoever.
It's glorious. No need for Claxton to take a peek at Sri Lanka. Down the track she comes, dispatches her through extra cover.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot from Claxton. She does really favour that offside. Don't be surprised if she stays leg side of the ball throughout this innings. Good bit of intent as well early in her innings. Make her feel a lot more comfortable out there. Now Patil just moves that mid off a little bit wider.
And it beats the infield again. Pretty average attempt. She'll scamper back for a second. You'd expect Claxton to have decent feet with her football heritage. Played for the national team, St Kitts and Nevis. Up front, 6 games, 4 goals. A heck of a record. Uppish. Oh, well taken. Really well taken. That was travelling. It really was. And Bharti Fulmali sticks out the mitts, and it sticks.
Yeah, once again, trying to go through that mid-off region. And actually, as that came off the bat, Claxton would have felt that she's timed that nicely straight out the middle of the bat. It's a lovely shot, but an even better bit of fielding. Bharti Fulmali, who's got the height there in that position, takes a really good catch to her right. India, they have been good in the field in the last couple of years, but not so much recently, but a good catch to take Claxton's wicket. She goes for 6. West Indies at 81 for 3.
Gosh, she has absolutely smoked that. Properly out of the screws.
Yeah, and do you know what? When you're batting and you feel like that's come right out of the middle, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. Then you take a little look up and realise that maybe it wasn't as good as it sounded, but a good catch from Fulmali.
Well, a great over from Shriyanka Patil with a couple of wickets in there. 2 for 20 for Sri Lanka. It's Radha Yadav getting another go. First over cost 10. Dottin closing in on half century. Maybe a little bat or glove just before it struck the pad.
I think she's just got a little under edge here. D-Dot. Once again, West Indies batters trying to go back to the spin on a fairly full ball. I think she's hit that.
Yeah, I definitely hit that one. I think an area that Radha Yadav has improved is, especially with the ball, she was a little guilty of dropping short a couple of years back. Almost as though the ball got stuck in the hand and got dragged down. I think there's an area of the game that she has improved.
Yeah, and I guess someone to look up to in that regard is Sophie Eccleston. Such a smooth action, so repeatable. Just looks like she's lowered the arm on that one just to get a bit of pace into that ball. So a nice change up, but yes, someone to really look up to for all of the left-arm spinners in the world is Sophie Eccleston. Not the #1 bowler anymore, but still in and about that region. Just someone who's got such a beautiful action, so good to watch. Bowls that fuller length.
almost played on. Bat onto pad, almost onto stumps.
And this one, she did drop a little short, Yadav. Tried to bowl in a little bit quicker. Oh, but you would have felt she would have been a little bit unlucky if that had come onto the stumps.
Tidy from Rada. 2 singles from her over. 12 overs gone. 83 for 3. The equation tough for the West Indies. The last 5 overs, the 36 for 3. 97 required from 48. Remembering this is a T20 World Cup warm-up game as Kranti Goud returns. Totally different conditions than the ones that we turned up in. Here in the Welsh capital, it was a blanket of grey across. It was so grim and grisly.
I've got to be honest, recently I've not had the best track record of seeing full games here at Cardiff, so I was very happy when the sun came out a little earlier. 2 really important warm-up games as well for brilliant teams on show today, so I was very happy to finally see the sun down in Cardiff.
That's not to say the temperature has risen a great deal. Heaved away, and it will be 4 for Deandra Dottin. Just can't bowl there to her leg side, short delivery. She'll take that all day.
Yeah, and I think she'll really enjoy a little bit of extra pace on the ball that Kranti Goud is going to give her here. Even though that is a leg cutter, still doesn't really take the pace off it enough. It's more so the area that it pitches, too short and too leg side. Deandra Dottin just feels she's building into her innings. Chanel Henry still on the sidelines. Just feel it's really important actually here for Aaliyah Elaine not to take too many deliveries. I feel she needs to take the pressure off Deandra Dottin. She can't find the boundary early. You've got someone like Chanel Henry who's waiting on the sidelines. You don't want to leave too much for her to do. So an important role here for Elaine. Just take the pressure off Dottin. Can she hit it over mid-off to find the boundary?
And she's gone searching a little bit there, Aaliyah Elaine. Just come skidding on from Kranti Goud.
We haven't seen too many paddles actually in this first innings or second innings because bowlers have given a little bit of straight deliveries. We can just work it round the corner. With this pace, third and fine in the ring, the lap's on.
There is protection out there now for Dottin. Deep square's gone into position, so there's a deep square and a deep mid-wicket and a long on. That's the kind of Dottin arc. She shouldn't be averse to actually going a little bit inside out through the offside. She's got the game for it. Down the ground and just stands and admires the stroke. All the way it goes. Excellent shot from Aaliyah Elaine. And Kranti, after the 4, gets hit for a straight 6. Much more like it from the West Indies. 97 for 3.
Yeah, well, I said the paddle lap was on, but Aaliyah Elaine, if that's her shot, she can do that all day. Long on the boundary. Has too much power. Evades that fielder. There's England. They're coming up later today against Australia. That'd be a brilliant game. Really good warm-up game for those two sides to have, to see where they're at the best against the best in the world.
And given. And Deandra Dottin falls short of a deserved half-century. Radha Yadav manages to dismiss the West Indian legend.
You called for it, Dagger. She said that she's been working on that fuller length. That is that fuller length. It looks a little bit leg side to me. No spin on offer. Deandra Dottin just felt that she was going for the sweep because she felt that that ball was angling down the leg side. She misses it. She has to go for 49, just shy of her 50. West Indies are 97 for 4.
So the dismissal of Dottin means that drinks come out onto the field. The West Indies 97 for 4. Their response will continue in a few moments' time. Yeah, looked a little leg-side-ish to me as well, Tash. But sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. But Dottin will be delighted in one way, having spent that time in the middle. That's good news for the West Indies. She's going to have to play a major part along with Hayley Matthews and Chanel Henry, Stefani Taylor, if the West Indies are going to try and get one of those valued semi-final spots. Well, a little later on, they're not in the same groups in the ICC T20 Women's World Cup. So it's always nice to get an opportunity as the old enemy go head-to-head. Maybe a warm-up game, but it's always something on it, as England will take on Australia. Sophie Molyneux leading Australia these days, and Nat Sivabrunt will hopefully be leading England. She needs some cricket before the tournament gets underway on Friday. All of that still to come. 2:50 local time. So Chanel Henry, captain for the day, comes to the middle to join Aliyah Elaine. Everybody has hydrated. I'm not sure if it was cold drinks or warm ones that were brought out. And Henry off the mark.
Yeah, she's the perfect person for this situation. 82 runs needed from 40 balls. We all know her heroics in the IPL, especially in the first year, striking 196 in that first year of the WPL.
That's been hit hard. Aliyah Elaine has come in no nonsense.
Yeah, this is really good from Aliyah Elaine. I feel that actually there's a bit of competition for places in that middle order for this West Indies side. Claxton, Elaine, and also Glasgow. Just want to be putting in some good performances here.
All leading edge. Should be taken very comfortably, and is. Radha Yadav picks up her second wicket, and Aliyah Elaine, her little cameo comes to an end.
Yeah, she was looking good, but once again, West Indies batters just don't feel like they're really picking the length well here. That was fired in from Radha Yadav. Just goes completely across that delivery. A really simple catch there. And I think Smriti Mandana. Yes, Bhatia, sorry, correction. Aliyah Elaine, after a fast start, she has to go for 13. It's 102 for 5.
Yeah, these wickets coming in clusters, 2 for Shriyanka Patel, 1 over, and Radha Yadav a couple of wickets in this over as well. as Janelia Glasgow comes to join Chanel Henry.
Lefty, lefty. Arudi, lefty.
I think with Radha Yadav, you are going to get this. I think she's always going to pick up wickets, but she's not always going to be the most economical bowler on show for India. She does give you a different dimension, wicket taker, also really good in the field, and then also can be useful at the back end of the batting innings as well.
Wasn't she in the WPL this year? Radha Yadav actually came in at 5, which I thought, goodness me, that's a little bit early for her, but phew, came in, scored a half century, won the game for her side, RCB. So a real three-dimensional cricketer now, Radha Yadav. Again, another one trying to put the cat amongst the pigeons. Reselection.
Bold, buddy.
And actually, I mean, I know as a player, if you're sort of in and out of a side, it's really hard to get any sort of rhythm. But actually, if you're a player that is backed for a period of time, then you just feel a lot more comfortable. So it's really good that Radha Yadav had that opportunity in the WPL and took it and got herself back into this India side. Bowling well here as well.
Shouts of catch and is. Oh, it's a great over for Radha Yadav. Easy as you like as Chanel Henry tries to launch it into the River Taff and can only find the hands of Sri Sharani at short third.
Yeah, this is top stuff from Radha Yadav. Staying with that full length. She's changed her pace really well. This time a little bit slower. Just a really simple catch there from Sri Sharani. West Indies, I just felt were getting a little bit too far behind the race, so having to find the boundary pretty much 3 or 4 times in the over. Henry not able to get going. Stand-in skipper today, goes for 1. It's 103 for 6.
Here's a question for you. It is a warm-up game after all, and of course you want to win every game you play, but it's a warm-up. Is it slightly more valuable to allow Chanel Henry just an over to have a look before she starts to go big? And, you know, it's a tall order to try and knock these runs off. I'm not saying it's the right thing or the wrong thing to do, but something to consider time at the crease.
Yeah, I think, you know, all in hindsight, isn't it? Chanel Henry walking off there, she probably would have felt that she wished she'd given herself just even a couple of balls. You don't have to give yourself maybe 6 balls, but even sort of 3 or 4, just to get a feel of the wicket. Obviously, they've been playing in Ireland, West Indies, but they haven't yet played in England.
Goodness me. Every ball at the moment seems like it's got a batter's number on it.
I guess it depends. You need to be really clear as a team what you're specifically trying to get out of these warm-up games. We see that India have gone for 11. They're almost playing it like a proper, almost like a group match. Whereas West Indies, they have quick single taken there. Good running from West Indies. I feel that they've gone into today's game where they are using most of their squad players. No Hayley Matthews today. So actually they're almost trying to get a little bit more time in the middle for those players. So if Henry knows that, then yeah, maybe she could just take a couple more balls just to get the feel of a wicket. And also it's really hard just to go from ball 1. She's probably better placed to take a couple of balls, and then we all know what she can do with her strike rate after that.
Zayda James, new batter at the crease. She will open her account immediately. But everything is big shots right from the off at the moment. A little bit of a dangerous game to play, especially when you're starting against spin. And starting against Radha Yadav or Shriyanka Patel. Oh, drop one. Drop one off her own bowling, Shafali. And she's not happy.
No, she won't be happy. Shafali Verma doesn't get that many opportunities to bowl. She comes on here, keeping it nice and tight in towards those stumps, and that's a gimme. She should be taking that. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Daggers. I just feel there's been quite a lot of runs on offer as well. As we look towards the River Taff end, there's been no sort of innovation to the shots as well. Everything's been trying to sort of bludgeoned back down the crease. No laps, no little sweeps.
Yeah, it's big shot or find a fielder. And you've got to find it plenty if you're going to knock a target like this off. So 5 overs remain, and West Indies requires 74 from those 30 balls.
They've exercised great control right through this game, have India, but for the finish with the bat, it's gone according to plan. The West Indies well behind. Well run, barely went beyond the inner circle, but they managed to complete 2. I think a lot of positives for India. I like the serious approach with which they've entered into this warm-up game, deciding to field just an 11. Matt, let's try all your resources, which you're entitled to do.
There's different ways of approaching it, aren't there? I think maybe the West Indies, because they haven't had a series against England, I know they're in Ireland playing a tri-series, feel that they've got to get more out of these 2 warm-up games maybe than India do, having had 3 intense T20 internationals. Lovely shot down the ground. Just well timed, dead straight, got to the pitch.
Yeah, she's attempted this on a few occasions, Glasgow, and this time just goes through the full swing of the bat. And Sri Lanka tried to follow her. It's positive. They needed a lot more of that through the middle. Spin has been hard to take down, even though Sri Lanka's gone at just over 10. Sri Charani, it's 9 of her to another Yadav. Excellent. We're searching for the ball somewhere beyond the boundary near the side screen. It gives us an opportunity to remind you of the importance of this tournament, and that it will be covered far and wide across the world. The ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, the 10th edition, with 12 teams, the biggest. Star Sports in the All-Star in India, Sky in the UK, in Australia, and multiple territories. You can go Far East, Singapore, Malaysia, and Hong Kong. Take a note of where you can follow the action. Far wide to the east, to Latin America and the Caribbean islands, with ICC.tv. Wherever you are, don't miss it.
Just going back to what we were talking about there and how you approach the warm-up games, there's no right or wrong way, is there? But India clearly feeling that it's more important to continue momentum, to get the result, to give the bowlers a few more overs. West Indies used 9 bowlers, only 2 of them bowled 3 overs each, whereas India clearly thinking it's more valuable to get a full quota into 3 or 4 or even 5 bowlers.
It's a beauty from Sri Lanka Patil. That is stranded on the crease and just kissing the outside of off stump as Zeta James goes. The West Indies sink further. They're 7 down now.
And it's the second left-hander. She's gone out in a similar way, completely deceiving in terms of the length. Feet go nowhere. Just push that one through, just a hint of turn. She's been expensive, but she's picked up wickets, Patil. Zeta James gone for 1. 113 for 7.
Righty hai. Righty, righty.
New batter for the West Indies, number 58, Shanisha Hector.
Shiv, where you want that? Backward, na? Just little bit tiny behind. Next time, yeah. But bowler is coming right over. Shiv, udhar bahar ho sakti hai.
Shanisha Hector then is the new batter in. Spinners have really spun a web right through this West Indies middle order. But for Deandra Dotton, not much else to offer. That's how they like to take their sighters, these West Indies batters. Hoik for a single, success for Sri Lanka again, 114 for 7.
She's had real success pulling that off-stump line to the left-handers today. That's a beauty, isn't it? You can just see by the way that the batter's squared up there, almost looked in shock back at the bowler. Just the pace was too good, hint of turn, and the length was perfect too. And just like India, West Indies affected by retiring a batter. Two openers had started well, put on 63, and then Jermaine Campbell was retired, and since then they've subsided to 114 for 7. Can't call her back, unfortunately, even though it is a warm-up match.
Yeah, I think even when that opening partnership was building, it was well behind the asking rate. It's been an innings of control. Kranti God was curiously the only expensive bowler in the power play. She went for 20 of her first two. She's continued to be expensive, but back phase of an innings, her ability to land the Yorker becomes a key part of India's bowling plans, the tournament proper. Just try and take the angle from around the wicket to the left-handed Glasgow.
Good bit of carry there from Kranti Gaud. Pitch has actually been pretty good. Had a look at it earlier, a lot of grass on it, but we haven't seen too much excessive seam movement. It's not been like the Lord's Test or anything like that, and it's been consistent, carried through.
Mix up, throw could have gone to the keeper's end because it was Hector who took forever to respond to the striker's call. As it turns out, Glasgow was likelier to make her ground. Jemima Rodriguez. Oh, direct hit would have had her anyway. Might be a push for two. Taking on Shefali Verma. It was the right call.
Well, now really it doesn't look like West Indies are going to get here. It's about what individual players can get from these final moments. Bit of confidence in. Not a bad hook shot, that, was it? Looked like she propped forward onto the front foot first and then rocked back. Rolled the wrists.
Yeah, short ball hasn't quite worked for Kranti God today. Every time she's been full or around a length, it's been hard to take down. The short ball, helped by the line, all Hector needed was enough bat, which she got. Final ball of Kranti's spell. It's been expensive. There will still be a final ball for Kranti's spell, as that slow ball It's completely misdirected. Offers a wry smile. Doesn't bowl too many of those. No better time to try a few things out. Experiment a bit. She went at it again, the slow delivery. It's got Richa Ghosh in a chuckle. 123 for 7. Shefali Verma faced the first ball and bowled the first ball in this game. They've gone with 6 bowlers. That's the key, is Shefali their 6th bowler right through the tournament. No matter what choice of team they go with. Certain Deepti Sharma will be back. Curious to see what plans they have for Nandini Sharma. Of course, he's competing with the other seamers. Renuka Singh Thakur is looked at as a power play specialist and someone who can give you a decisive strike. She swings that new ball. She's not had a lot of game time, so overs under her belt. Slightly untidy from both bowler and keeper. Lead to wide plus another 2.
I said before, I don't think the West Indies are going to get this, but India are not home and hosed just yet. 53 needed off 17 balls. Someone comes off from nowhere, you never know.
Stop it, Matt.
Raunik doesn't agree with me. Just saying, it is still live. I agree. It would be an incredible win from here. But now you've said that, I kind of feel like I want them to do it. Janelia Glasgow. Very good innings, actually, in that try series. 42 of 25 balls against Pakistan. Doesn't mean she's going to do it today, but, you know, she can. I think going back to that conversation about the India seamers, Nandini Sharma surely is ahead of Renuka in the pecking order, you'd think, after the way that she debuted.
Just gives you an all-phase bowler option. With the respect to Renuka's experience, she is predominantly in the first 6. Now Richa's interested. Full marks for the appeal. Umpire Jesse was not interested whatsoever.
Did this touch something on the way through? Or was it just my imagination? Yes! Under edge, I thought. Oh, I saw a deviation. Good catch, wasn't it?
Sadly, it's a good take. That is a terrific strike. It's nearly gone all the way. It has gone all the way, in fact. So that's handy from Hector.
And that is the big side of the ground as well. That's the biggest hit we've seen, probably by a distance today. Right out the screws, flat to... Well, I wonder, will that missed decision be costly in the end?
And you're right, Matt, the state of the game is secondary. What we're looking for is right. How is Hector going to handle this sort of simulation, this situation where maybe you need 13, 14 and over? What can she get? Same with Glasgow. Slightly older ball. They bring in the power and clear it. They might well fall short. They need to take what they can from these remaining 2 overs. That's an expensive finish to Renuka Singh Thakur's spell. 15 of her final over. 138 for 7 now, the West Indies.
42 needed off 12 balls, but it's a good opportunity really just for the bowlers here to nail some death bowling skills, and the batters just to practice this sort of a situation when you have to do something special. Think about where you're targeting, and then who knows whether you can get over the line. Sri Patil going to be bowling the 19th over.
Yeah, that's her role often, to close out the innings, backs herself. That's the other thing you do is, individuals in these warm-up games, you set personal targets for yourself. Try and go at a certain number less than the match run rate. Gone for an expensive over. What's your way to come back? Those are the sort of challenges you will face when there's a lot more on the line. And Sri Lanka's done well. First couple of overs expensive, and then towards the back end when the batters were really trying to take her down, that's when she proves her worth. Resting on that bat, Hector. Run out opportunity. I think if Jamie Rodriguez had just measured that throw in straight to the bowler, I think the run out could have been easy. As it turns out, the direct hit did not come.
Had a couple of chances of direct hits in the last couple of overs. Again, this one wasn't even in the picture.
Well, they need a boundary of ball. It's 40 of 10. Make that 36 of 9. As Glasgow finds the boundary for the second time this afternoon.
Janelia Glasgow just getting a bit of confidence into her batting. She's a good ball striker. Could come in handy down the back end of innings in this T20 World Cup. Just drag that wide of long on into the gap.
Sri Lanka's response is slowing it down. Full Mully is safe, and she completes the catch. So that's 4 for Sri Lanka, as the West Indies now lose their 8th.
On for a 5 for Sri Lanka Patil. 2 balls left. I was watching Fulmali all the way as the ball went into her hands here, and she initially went for reverse cup, and then just at the last minute she just swishes it. There you go. Straight in. It's a bit of an awkward height. Has a quick glance behind. All good. Taken very comfortably. And India's spinners have been very impressive today, haven't they? Glasgow gone for 19 off 18. An enterprising little cameo. 144 for 8.
Afi Fletcher bowled well. Here she is with bat now. Sri Lanka has 2 balls. Try and register a 5-fer. It was a good response to being hit for 4. Just slowed it up to Glasgow. Therefore, just sliced it. Two to complete the 19th over. Sri Lanka Patil finishes 4 for 36 of her 4. 1 over to go. The West Indies 146 for 8.
Well, just 1 short of a 5-fer in T20 cricket, which is quite a rarity, isn't it? You get too many of those. But it was impressive how she improved throughout a spell, really. Expensive early on, as you said, Ronak, and then came back, brought the run rate back, but kept on taking wickets.
That one stayed low as well, therefore you picked up perhaps another chuckle from Richa Ghosh. Radha Yadav's going to look at this game with a lot of positives, and so will the think tank. As I say, she's always going to be a temptation. What she provides as a real three-dimensional player. Batting has improved. Now Jemmy, here you go again. And she misses again.
I think on this occasion she might have been home. They keep hitting it turn running, which eventually is not going to pay off.
Jemmy's target practice hasn't paid off as well. You can see she's just looking to shoot down the stumps to get into that good habit. I think on more than one occasion there's been a case for her to just lob it to the bowler and complete the dismissal. Nice from Fletcher. Just looks to guide it in the gap. Score moves past 150. And back here in a couple of days, both these teams one last warm-up as India look to secure the win today. Well, there's going to be some running for Yastika to do. It's hard work for her. And they're just returning after a lengthy layoff due to injury. It's a very complex injury that she had. So I think it'll take her some time to get comfortable, confident with her body. Batting looks good. Right, final ball of this warm-up game. Neatly taken and neatly done by India, who have been clinical and have warmed up in style here at Cardiff. They've beaten the West Indies by 26 runs, and they take plenty of positives from this game. The absence of Harmanpreet Kaur, runs from Smriti Mandhana and Bharti Fulmali, and wickets, some very tidy bowling, 7 between Radha Yadav and Shriyanka Patil, as India proved to be too good for the West Indies.
Yeah, they can take a few positives from this into the next warm-up and that first group game. India, they came with a plan today, didn't they? They came with an 11 to try and win the game, to try and get bowlers 2, 3, 4 over spells, and to try and get some time in the middle into some batters who needed it. And by and large, they got a lot of that. Number of batters faced quite a few balls, and then with the ball they did the job. But as far as West Indies are concerned, the openers did pretty well. Deandra Dottin 49 off 44, Campbell 25 off 23, without scoring that quickly. Once Campbell was retired out, there was a bit of a collapse, unfortunately. It went from 63 for 1 to 113 for 7. Lost wickets at regular intervals. In the end, they fell well short. 153 for 8. They lost by 26.
Yeah, India used 6 bowlers, and the bulk of the damage was done by the spin of Shriyanka Patil and Radha Yadav. At the back of 2 tidy overs from Sri Charni, the pressure just kept on building. In fact, the 2 seamers went for 73 of their 8, but spin was hard to take down. So plenty of positives for India. In this warm-up game of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup here at the Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, India 179 for 8, courtesy a half century by Bharti Fulmali. And while Afi Fletcher was good with her 4 for West Indies, never quite in it with the bat, as India winning this game by 26 runs. In just a couple of minutes, we'll be hearing from the captains. Well, at the Sapphire Gardens in Cardiff, India have started on a winning note in this warm-up game against the West Indies after scoring 179 for 8. Led by Smriti Mandhana today, the West Indies led by Chanel Henry. And as it turns out, India too good for their opposition. They win by 26 runs. It's now time to hear from both captains with Charles Stagnall.
Thank you very much, Ronak. I'm here with Chanel Henry. Chanel picked the bones out of that particular game. What pleased you? What would you like to tidy up?
Obviously, bowling first. I think the start that they got off to, obviously, as a bowling unit, that's something we would have to work on. I guess, the first 6, as I said, that's something we need to improve on going forward. And I think how we came back in the last probably 12 overs was really good to see. To restrict them just under 200 was really good.
Yeah, the way that Affie Fletcher bowled 4 wickets for her and the way that she managed to shore up things in the middle, that's a huge positive.
Yeah, obviously, when you have a leg spinner amongst you, obviously, that's always a trump card for you. So it was really good for her, obviously, heading into, the first game. So, as I said, I think how everybody came back in that last 12 overs was really good for us.
Time for Deandra Dottin in the middle as well. She looked pretty good out there.
Yeah, obviously, seeing her and how she was today, and obviously that's the Deandra Dottin we all know. So, seeing her get some runs today, and that's a pretty good sign for us heading into our first game.
And just finally, would you like in your next warm-up game, are others going to get an opportunity and maybe just sort of mix things up so there is players who have had time in the middle?
Yeah, obviously these games are just to, I guess, continue to prepare us and see what's our best combination going forward. So obviously everybody is going to get an opportunity to go out there. So again, at the end of the day, we know that come first game against New Zealand, we have that balanced 11 playing for us.
All right, thanks so much for your time, Chanel. Good luck in the next game.
Thank you very much.
If I could ask Smriti to come towards me, it's pretty nice, even in a warm-up game, to get the victory.
Yeah, good to have. Especially, I think it was really important for the middle order to bat, and I think Bharati played really well. And again, all the bowlers were brilliant to restrict them to 150.
How pleased are you as a side, and obviously stepping in for Harmanpreet in this particular game, but those who may be on the fringes of the side, just giving you a prod. You look at Sri Lanka today, Radha Yadav, Bharti Fulmali, the way that they played. So important to keep pushing players in the side.
Yeah, very important. They've not got a lot of game time coming here in England, and Radha, Shrey and Bharati. All the three had brilliant game. Good headache to have in ahead of the World Cup. And also I feel it's very important for the 15 to be in good nick, because it always puts everyone else under pressure as well.
What did you find conditions like out there? You got off to a great start with Shafali Verma. Do you think that these are the sort of surfaces you're going to be playing on during this T20 World Cup?
Well, with England you can't predict a lot because of course the overhead conditions changes a lot, and then the wicket conditions changes along with that. But yeah, wherever we've played in the last 2 or 3 years, whenever we've been in England, it's always been good batting surfaces, and good to have me and Shafali get back to giving good starts, because of course we would have loved to do that in the series, but we're not able to do it. So I think important for both of us to have that 50+ partnership.
Yeah, definitely giving confidence throughout the side. Thank you so much for your time. Well played today.
Thank you.
Positives highlighted by both captains for the day as India get the job done against the West Indies. And coming up in not too long from now at 2:50 p.m. local time, it's the home side, England against the old enemy in Australia. So refresh your streams, check your listings, and join us here at the Sapphire Gardens for England versus Australia very shortly.